3, everyone. Welcome back to the Ruthless Hype Esports Invitational Showdown Season 10. Yes, from 24 to 16 teams here, they are relentlessly battling for the crown of glory to become the one and only true champions of the tournament. Again, my name is Red Queen, casting alongside Sir Cloud, your storytellers for tonight's event.
Yes, and because we are already at the second half of our grand finals, so that means it's going to be a big sprint for all the teams. Now that includes the teams on page number 2, because I'm sure if they do really well in today and tomorrow, they might come out as a surprise team at the top.
I am already kind of making a list of my top 6 teams that I'm going to be predicting getting the chicken dinner for tonight's set of matches, Sir Cloud. I mean, yesterday, if you guys missed on the action that happened, I believe it was Talon Esports who scored a double chicken dinner. So there's lots of question there whether or not they're gonna replicate the same kind of gameplay today. After all, it is already day number 3, second to the last day before we wrap things up for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10.
Oh yeah, sorry, my pipe is still kind of clogged up. But yeah, I mean, it's not only Talon. There's also like a lot of teams on page number 1 that still the points are very close. Even like a BTR, even like HORAA Esports too. So anyone can still be at the top. So that's what makes this finals exciting, right? There's not that one team is just running away with it with a gap of now, like say 50, 60 points. Now, not yet. And we hope that doesn't happen. We want to see a tight race until the final game tomorrow. Let the final game tomorrow count for as many teams as possible.
Absolutely. And I do wonder if those teams that are a little on the bottom part section of the leaderboard ranking, are they gonna show up today? Are we gonna witness some sort of late surge happen coming from the teams down at the bottom? But anyway, again, on your screen, this is how we do it. Okay, point system, chicken dinner, of course, is equivalent to a total of 10 points here. It's 1 point per elimination. And the important thing is that your favorite team secures placement point when they get to, of course, the 8th place.
And speaking about places, only 16 teams are having their spot here in the grand finals. And today is the 20th of May, meaning that, as you can see on screen, the second last day of our Ruthless Invitational Showdown schedule for this season. And tomorrow will be the last day of the grand finals before we wrap everything up and we will crown the champion for this season. Who could it be? There are many teams in the running. Put your selection in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. And when it comes to the format of games itself, 6 matches will be played every day.
That is true. Yes, we love for you guys to let us know like which team you guys are supporting down there in the comment section. Just make sure that you make a lot of noise because we like to see the comment section spamming with a lot of colored hearts, like a rainbow, so to speak. But anyway, yes, grand finals. Again, we are already on the 3rd day. Today is May 20, so 6 matches today, ladies and gents. And tomorrow, we will determine, of course, just who will wear the crown for Season 10. And as for the teams playing, we've got VOIN Donkey, FaZe, HORAA, BTR, we got Champions Esports, we also got The Real Soldiers, the Tribe Aeromacy, and of course, Vampire Esports.
And here are the players representing those teams. So on screen, we have VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, HORAA Esports, and Bigetron by a Vitality. Now, one thing about Bigetron that I noticed there's a chatter in the community is that they have not announced their official roster yet. So we don't really know who are people like Malabik, or for all you know, sometimes you see Kent in there playing. So we don't really know who those people are. That's something that we will wait for their official announcements to tell us.
Yeah, I'm actually curious at Malakbik. This is the first time that I've read the name, and also curious to the fact that, as you all know, everyone's really prepping up for the official tournaments, and we're already checking if a team is actually, ready to face them all, right? For the not just for the local domination, but for global domination as well. And as for the other teams here on screen, CelcomDigi Alliance, one of the teams that scored a chicken dinner yesterday. We got RQ, Alter Ego Eras, and of course, the team of the hour, Talon Esports.
Yes, with a couple of pseudo names as well, making us not know who's who, what's what, and all that. But among all these names that is shown on screen for Talon, we have not seen Shields at all. I wonder, is he busy becoming an agent?
Ooh, that is a question right there for you guys to answer. But anyway, we also got Vikings Esports, Team Secret, D Savior, and all the teams here just actually came from Thailand. And we got Sem9, of course, from Malaysia.
Yeah, and for these teams, Vikings, they need a lot of points. They're currently on page number 2, so they need to do a big catch-up here. D Savior, one of the big teams as well, the current champion of PMSL Southeast Asia. They also need more points to be at the number 1 spot. So today, 6 games, tomorrow 6 games, a total of 12 games, and then it's all locked in for everybody. And then we'll throw away the key, we'll talk about the champion next season.
You know what? It's already hot here in the Philippines, but I feel like the moment that we start the matches today, CelcomDigi, it is going to be even hotter. Because the teams, I'm pretty sure they're all packing heat here, just making sure that they collect a lot of points, make sure that they maintain their position. Of course, I'm looking to see if those teams down there at the bottom will do something magical, if that's even the right term, to get something, I can say, an aggressive gameplay, from them.
Yeah, so we like to see those magical moments, right? Because there are some teams who has this trend of like, we show up at the later stages of the tournament. Like last day or second last day, all of a sudden they will pop off. BTI used to have this trend. I don't know whether they're going to show that kind of trend again this time. Or maybe another team that will show up with that kind of trend here. 12 games, they will just go with a banger, lots of chicken dinners to come with it, and they shoot all the way up. But the one that is still shooting all the way up is our current overall MVP, Rosemary.
Of course, this guy knows how to make a grand entrance. And again, it was his debut, day number 1 of the grand finals here, and now he is the MVP. And this is already the second time that he is the overall MVP for the grand finals. But the other players, of course, doing their best to have this kind of stats as well. We've got Tony K from Vampire Esports, 1.83 for his average elimination points. We've got HORAA, of course, Sky coming in at 3rd. We got K-Look of CelcomDigi Alliance, and YBF, or Your Best Friend, coming from Talon Esports, setting out a total of 1.17 average eliminations. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to the average survival, it's a whopping 20 minutes. So this guy is probably a key player, for Talons right now.
Yeah, that's a good point that you pointed out. A whopping 20 minutes, 15 seconds ahead of everyone else in the survival time. He is a survivor, I'm a believer. Yeah, so he will definitely be a key player in order for them to survive as long as possible. Probably bring in a couple more placement points every round because of him. And we often see him towards the later stages of the game anyway. But for Rosemary, his number 1 spot is not that safe because number 2, Tony K, his stats are close enough that could change today.
I mean, if we're gonna look at his face here, CelcomDigi, I feel like he's so nonchalant, like he's playing the game, okay, I might do big, I might not, but setting out a total of 23 elimination points here, I think it's still a great thing. Day 1 was really explosive for Rosemary, but here comes the challenge right now when it comes to the overall fraggers, and of course, for the MVP title, Tony K is already at 22 elimination points with 4,705 damage output, and we've got GK coming from Team Secret with 20. Same thing goes with Trang. He also has 20 here, and Axel with 17. So the gap isn't that big anymore. I mean, we're talking about just a 1-point lead, up against the second player with that kind of stats. But when it comes to the overall rankings, again, ladies and gents, Talon was able to secure 3 chicken dinners now. They are already at 101 here. Alter Ego Airs coming in at second with 92. Again, the gap is not that wide. So, the podium stages here, I feel like we are definitely going to see some reshuffle happen, even on the first page, I can say.
Yeah. Because if we look at it, right, Alter Ego is behind Talon by 9 points only. And FaZe Clan, for example, behind Talon by 11 points. So that's how close they still are at. Our teams on page number 2, because we still have a total of 12 games, including 6 games for today. If any one of them does very well, puts up an explosive performance, they could be the challenger for the number 1 spot. As of now, Champions Esports, unfortunately, they are at number 16, a team that made it through into the grand finals amongst all these giants, but we have seen them pulling off a good performance during the playoffs. So maybe they could be one of those who can come up with that kind of surprise.
Maybe. I'm looking forward to that. VOIN Donkey, however, okay, we can see that they've only amassed a total of 64 points, right? But day number 1, they were also kind of explosive. They got the chicken dinner during the first match and they held on to the top spot for like a couple of matches, but now they are on the second page. So I do wonder, okay, are they going to show up today? Are they going to really play it? Are they going to rack up some points and really be consistent in terms of like how aggressive they can get inside the battlefield? And also there's the question coming from like for DRS, right? They've always been consistent, but right now I feel like they're struggling a bit. So there's also that question, well, are they gonna perform for us this evening? But hey, this is gonna be the map sequence, ladies and gents. We're gonna kick things off in ERANGEL. Same thing, just like day 1 of the grand finals. 2 Miramars, 2 ERANGELs in between, and of course that last bun at the bottom, Miramar for match number 18.
Yeah, so we're just going to rotate the 2 maps here. Well, no Sandhawk, so maybe next season we get to see Sandhawk, or maybe even Rondo, or maybe even the Smash rule. I think that is a very interesting rule to have. But our top ERANGEL performers here, interesting performance by them. FaZe Clan at number 1, followed by Alter Ego with their 19 elimination haul in that one round. And then we have Semna, who scored a chicken dinner yesterday, and of course the number 1 team at the top right now, Talon, in our top ERANGEL performance list.
Yes. I do wonder, since you brought up the Smash Rule, Sir Cloud, are you pro Smash Rule or no?
Absolute pro. Absolute pro. Smash Rule any day. Any day, any stage of the tournament, that's what we want to see. But you know what else we want to see? We want to see Red Queen getting a point. So come on, Red Queen. Give us your best prediction.
Please give me a point here, ladies and gents. But okay, I think I'm going to be basing my first choice tonight for ERANGEL based on the teams that we see who actually is flashing some brilliance and of course stats on the board. So let's go with Sem9 for our first match.
Sem9. Okay, that's a good one. They scored the chicken dinner yesterday. All right. As for myself, I'm thinking along the lines of Alter Ego. They want to bring in the number 1 spot.
Okay, all right. I mean, I see the motivation there. After all, this is the not just the action, but the drama as well, right? I mean, all the back and forth trades and those players gunning for the MVP title during the playoffs. It was Guy of HORAA Esports. He had been unstoppable during the playoffs. He keeps on racking points. Even if the whole team is no longer with him inside a battlefield, he continues to get those elimination points for himself. But right now, we want to see that kind of presence coming from Sky of HORAA, but it's Rosemary of Alter Ego Airs who is kind of dominating at the moment. So that's also like one of my questions. Is Sky going to show up for today?
Yes, to challenge him for that full MVP spots. But another team that production pick that wants to challenge for the chicken dinner is CelcomDigi Alliance. They happen to be just next to they happen to be just next to Sem9 in the overall charts on page number 1. And of course, CelcomDigi Alliance, they are a high potential team as well. So that's a good pick from production. So production that in. Okay. And how about you guys at home? Who are you locking in? Leave it in the comments section. Hopefully next season we can get the viewers' prediction on screen.
Yes, absolutely. Let us know down there in the comments section which team you guys are actually rooting for. We'd love to have, an exchange in the conversation as well as to why your team is probably will be the one securing the chicken dinner. Are they consistent? Are they actually on point with their rotation? Is it the perfect drop spot for them? Are they gonna mix and match their strategy for tonight's set of matches? That kind of thing. Instead of you guys just fighting over there, let's just talk about PUBG, because this is the game that we all love.
Yeah, so put it in, because teams sometimes they are during their break time or before they start their match, before the lobby loads, they check out the live stream and they'll be reading your comments by then, and they'll be fueled by your comments, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
So put in all the positive comments for your favorite players, your favorite teams, so that they get jacked up for game number 1 to start their journey, because it's going to be a rough journey for them. 6 games back to back. No breaks at all for all the teams. Unlike the playoff stage, they need all the energy from you guys.
Yes, and win or lose, you gotta support your teams, right? I mean, just take it from them. If you are in their position and you got your fans with you, you got your audience right there watching how you play, of course, it makes them feel good and energized, just because of the fact that they can see that you guys have been sending a lot of love and support. And speaking of love and support, hey, we're about to kick things up in ERANGEL. Again, it's gonna be an exciting night. It's absolutely gonna be a banger here as we start match number 13 in ERANGEL.
Yeah, here we go. Game 1 to kick things off for today. And with the flight path, looks like it's going to start from, well, somewhere at the bottom, from the area of Milta all the way up to shooting range. So a lot of these areas can be taken by teams. Now, Vampire Esports, they normally drop either in Zarki or Primos, but looking at the start of this flight path, very likely Vampire Esports will go to Zarki. And so far, no other team will challenge them for Zarki. If it's in Primos, then they might be challenged, like how we saw yesterday. But if it's Zarki, should be alright for Vampire.
I mean, for sure, I can see the same patterns here coming from the teams. I mean, FaZe headed towards the military base. I do wonder, though, if Team Secret will head on to Novo, but we are already hearing gunshots. And this is going to be a fight again between Champions Esports and Tribe Aeromacy. One of them is actually just went for a vehicle, so it's a good resource to have. As for the other players of Champions Esports, they're running out there in the open, but it's a good thing that some of the other members does actually have a weapon to defend themselves. But let's see who's gonna make the first mistake here. We can see that Kino did not even hesitate at all. He just went for a massive spray with a micro Uzi. So you just know that it's hard to use this gun by mid-range.
Yeah, it's not the best weapon with this sort of range, like what you said. But it's better than the shotgun, so that's why he chose this weapon instead. Baoja's on the other side with the QBC though, which is a decent weapon. A second attempt here by Kino. And looks like Trapper Missy, they're interested to try to crash in. They are getting closer and closer towards Kino.
Oh,
They
no.
managed to get one. Rick on the ground. Rick will be finished off by Kino. And now they have to deal with the other vehicle coming in.
Ooh! I mean, it's a good thing that, they really tried to come after Rig, but Kino completely missed his target there. But it was a good molly throw coming from Kino to keep his enemies at bay here. But unfortunately, he gets tagged with a shotgun. But here comes the backup. But GK, on the other hand, is going for the run and gun as well.
Oh, and GK gets one too. All right. He saw a free point. He wanted to be part of it. Champions Esports, Baoja and Kino both knocked down. Now it's down to Urcas and Atomic to try to win this fight. Triper Mercy still not going out yet. And Trix now rushing into the building. Okay, at the top. Looks like XZY is being picked up. Should be able to pick up his teammate in time. He should be able to reset as a 4 against Tribe.
Oh man, coming off the kill feed though, it's HORAA Esports in big trouble. It seems to me like they've been losing some of their members, but of course we're gonna check out what's gonna happen, with Champions Esports at the moment as they still go up against a Tribe Aeromacy. Kino continues to amass a spray with his micro Uzi. Cast just came in from the inside out and went for a spray, was able to get the job done. Confirmation coming through, 3 players already out for the side of Tribe Aeromacy. So this is not looking too good, obviously, but Cast looking to seal the deal.
And now it's down to the final player for Tribe Aeromacy and Urcas. Make good work of him. Tribe Aeromacy eliminated, the first team to go out without a single point.
Man, that was a tasty back and forth trade. Unfortunately, Tribe Aeromacy was the one on the losing stick there. Lamborghini coming off the kill feed though, going up against M9. He is currently knocked down to the ground. Now we are watching HORAA Esports. Okay, so that's a confirmation Supreme already out of the game here. We got No Fear also facing the floor. Sky cooking up a nade or maybe a smoke, but unfortunately he turned his back and he gets tagged. So that was so unfortunate, but Talon Esports winning the fight and sending HORAA back home with no points whatsoever.
And Talon Esports for this round becomes the kings of Yasnaya, taking out HORAA Esports a little bit faster than before this time for them. If not, it's normally like, oh, it's a Mexican standoff, even though the circle is not there, yet it's a standoff for the two teams. But this time, it's way faster. Maybe because Talon, they're on the roll, they have the momentum, they're at number 1 right now, they're confident of taking out HORAA Esports, and HORAA Esports went out without a single point. But is it the end of HORAA Esports? Not yet. As long as they still maintain on page number 1 with the remaining games, they can still catch up.
Yeah, they're okay. They're safe. And speaking of safe, Lamborghini had already been picked up by his teammates, so he's safe and sound. Okay, was able to heal up as well. I do wonder, though, if they're going to continue the fight up against M9. So maybe not. Maybe they're not really prepared for it just yet. Maybe M9 was able to take hold of the compound and not the savior. But I can see on the screen here, both of the teams stepped back, from that altercation. And the savior, of course, lives to fight another day here. But perhaps on the screen, they are traveling. They're headed towards the safe zone. So maybe they are planning to stand guard and maybe do a little gatekeeping up against M9. I mean, that is one of the possibilities on how this thing can go down.
Yeah, with BTR's position at the shooting range area, they can gatekeep all these teams that wants to pass by the bridge area. Of course, teams can still zoom past by. That's still all right. But BTR will have first-hand information on where they go, or maybe they can take those long-range shots and possibly knock one down and get a point. So that's always a good position to be at with this kind of circle. Shooting range high ground, the place that you always want to be.
High ground advantage is a must. 14 teams remaining, and again, first 2 teams to be taken out would be HORAA and Tribe Aeromacy. And they also scored no points just yet, but got Core getting angry with that spray, but obviously his bullets did not connect. VOIN Donkey, well, that is an information that there is a team coming from that direction, probably camping, holding onto a compound here. I don't really see the rest of VOIN Donkey for now, so I mean, this could be an opportunity for Team Secret, but since we are just at stage 1, I think they're going to avoid conflicts for now.
Is this Hans for you with the teammate? Okay, yeah, it's with Gen 4, so it's fine. Alright. RRQ, welcome into the circle. They parked themselves somewhere on the left side of Severny. So they know that based on their timing, they're probably a little bit late to commit directly into Severny or even the high grounds or shooting range. So instead they take other spots. Well, nothing wrong to send Nepeko out just to scout and gather information. And also to plan out like their potential pit stop on stage number 2, because that will happen in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. We also welcome Alter Ego. They come in from the right side in, and last we checked, there were no other gatekeepers. So smart on how these teams actually manage the potential of the bridge wing gate cap. So they don't want to think about that. Instead, they use like the left and the right side in the circle.
Well, you really have to consider everything that can happen, which is of course adds more pressure into the gameplay here. I mean, you don't even know like the decision they're gonna make for now is gonna be the right choice, right? So you need to be able to show just how much you can adapt to everything, how you can be proactive in every situation you find yourselves in the game. And again, those are just some of the skills that you need to master in order for you to become a very effective professional player in PUBG. It's not as easy as we see it on screen here, ladies and gents. We have to consider a lot of random elements coming into play here.
Yeah, we have to anticipate, we have to prepare for the randomness because you also won't know where the circle will go later on. Speaking of the circle, we'll check that out right now. A lot of the teams are already at the northern side of the map, and likely the circle will go there. And true enough, slightly towards the right side, but that's okay. That's where majority of the teams are at right now. So for the teams around Warsaw, like the Xavier, CelcomDigi Alliance, DRS, time for them to get in.
And just look at that. Sim9 and FaZe tanking the blue already. Are they going to fight before they head on towards the safe zone? Or are they just going to prioritize and not fight for now? Because they need to decide, you know, they really need to make a decision here. Otherwise, they're going to be greeting a lot of teams that will be staying right at the edge of the circle coming from the south part area. So let's see what's going to happen. Team Secret right now, they are seeing the boys of Vikings passing through at the hilltop. Frankie open fired. So yeah, this is already a challenge coming from Team Secret.
And so they just want to shoo away their opponents. But CelcomDigi Alliance took this challenge against the Xavier. Adi Luke knocked down by Nate. Fight might continue on. But the other members of CelcomDigi Alliance looks like they're no longer interested. That's because another team came by in the name of BTR.
Oh no, okay, Bigetron. Bye-bye Talon is looking to come and play as well. Oh, Iftar took a hit. Same thing goes for Levi's as he is already facing the floor here. But BTR is the one getting some points. Okay, Vox doing a massive spray as well up against the Savior. So I feel like this is going to continue on until they pulverize the remaining players of the Savior.
Oh, nice tracking there by Dewey to knock down Traxi. And FaZe Clan will surely pick up a point. While on the elimination feed, D Xavier and BTR still continue to fight with each other. D Xavier gets Federales. And I wonder how many players are left. Let's check on the summary. Okay, BTR still have 3 active players. D Xavier, 1 player knocked down. Should be able to be recovered. And at least everyone is in the circle. So not too much in a rush. As long as they're able to get away from the line of sight, they will be fine.
You know what? We have another name for BTR, and it's Hans Sibajj. I don't know what's with the letters here, Circle. Maybe you can give me an idea. But anyway, we got Vox on screen here. They do have a visual to where BTR is currently staying at, but Kasim don't exactly know what is happening here. Maybe he is setting up his Google Maps. Perhaps we don't exactly know, but yeah, he is pretty chill inside the car. But as for Oleo, he is inside the shack here, just looking at the situation because there are teams fighting down below.
Oh, okay. That should be Hans Jill.
Oh.
So Hans Jill used to come from the academy team of BTR before this, and he had a few runouts in the professional scene before. So, but he haven't like broke into the first team as a mainstay yet. But he's still like a sub player for the team. So I guess they're giving him a run out this round.
And this is actually a very good experience. It's a great way, of course, to train potential pro players, of course, joining as like one of the biggest organizations that we have in competitive scene. Of course, that's from Indonesia. But here comes VOIN Donkey. Oh man, just trying to punish RRQ just for passing by. But the big question is if RRQ is going to be taking the bait, are they going to be challenging up the voice of VOIN Donkey, or are they going to let this pass?
Looks like they don't want to re-challenge VOIN Donkey. So VOIN Donkey is going to hold this area, the warehouse, and that house for now. While other teams try to secure their spot within the circle. Now we are stage 3. And on the left side, there seems to be 2 different teams here. Okay, the Xavier, Sem9, round 2, let's go.
Lamborghini again. This is the second time that he'd been dropped. But now Panagen on screen here. He does have a visual. where Sem9 actually went, but let's see if it's gonna be a green light, for the rest of the team here to go for a push. But Kasim now had been taken down, and confirmation, CelcomDigi Alliance already out of the game. Doesn't exactly know what happened, but I feel like the fight was with DRS.
Yeah, the final blow came from DRS. So DRS, they will pick up their second point in this round. CelcomDigi Alliance, same thing with HORAA Esports. As long as they can still maintain themselves on page number 1, catching up can still be a possibility for a team like CelcomDigi Alliance. But for DRS, to pick up those 2 points, that's crucial for them, since they do need the points to be in contention.
Okay, here we go. Tony K also does have a visual up against a 9. And this is, of course, just showing how you can be very effective in terms of like how you can extract intel, because you should be able to see that as a factor on how you can approach any situation in the battlefield. You know how to move forward. But anyway, we can see Killer YT spotted Levi's, the savior, goes now for the tap and fire, but bullets not connecting.
And for Champions Esports, Atomic here has the high ground against Alter Ego. They're the ones on the outside of the circle. Alter Ego can gatekeep them from coming in. And Atomic's trying to locate this next target. But at the same time, the zone just right behind him. At some point, he has to go down. Urkas is already at the lower ground. As for Alter Ego, they also... And the next circle move could force them to move. And here we go. Archive all the way down south.
Ooh, and this is going to be exciting. We don't really have that much compound, don't even have enough cover here. So yeah, VOIN Donkey, if they pushes in, they could potentially clash with RQ. We've got Vikings Alter Ego Ares, and we've got, a couple of teams also flocking around in the middle here. Rosemary knocked down by Superman of Vikings. But you know what? Levi's also having an exchange up against Varian of Sem9. Confirmation coming through as well. The fire had already been taken out of the equation. Pathogen defends himself with an S12K up against Sem9, but lost the fight.
And some help came from afar. All right. So that came from somebody from BTR. But Sem9 also eliminated. Okay. Waiting for the elimination feed to show. It's now running crazy. And that involves Vikings as well. Now in the fight of their own. And they're still on the outside of the circle. Here is RRQ stopping them. And RRQ have their own objective of wanting to come in. And they are willing to bulldoze the Vikings.
Man, the kill feed, moments ago, it's not stopping at all. We got RQ Lepar down on the ground, but it was the Blue Zone that actually took his life. Well, not really out just yet, but he is bleeding out there in the open. But since, RQ is dealing with business here, I do wonder if they're going to have time to pick up their teammate. But as for Vikings, they already have one casualty here, and they're going up against Champions Esports. Coming off of the kill feed, though, it's Break from Vikings, who is out there down on the floor.
Yeah, he needs help though. Okay, Wunti is going to him. Okay, the pickup should happen. But look at the elimination feed now. VOIN Donkey and RRQ in a fight together. And so far, we are still going to put focus onto Balja from Champions Esports. But now we shift over to VOIN Donkey. Here we have Razak, high ground, Nepeko in front of him. He's tracking Nepeko. The other member of RRQ is in front, and that's going to be Gen Force. Now Vexi goes up, fires on Gen Force, and Gen Force is prone just in time.
Yep, so just to give you guys an idea, okay, the fight is actually happening from outside of the zone. The only player from VOIN Donkey who is inside is Potato. So, VOIN Donkey is actually pushing the remaining players of RQ to head on towards where Potato is, and they could actually go for a pincher. But you know what? It's gonna be Vampire Esports first, settling the conflict over here. Tony K flashing his 1-point elimination. We've got Vampire Esports trying to settle down in a compound, but it is already not part of the zone, so there's need for them to go for the reposition.
But everyone up here is repositioning themselves to collect those elimination points as Kino spots Gen Force. Nepeko still behind him, and Gen Force, he left his vehicle, Newsy. He took a bit of damage, but he's going towards his teammate. wants some level of safety. Now Pubg dancing around with Gen Force, not able to get any shots just yet, and finally he will knock out Gen Force, and the point will go to Champions Esports. RRQ out.
Man, an unfortunate event for RQ. Stage 4, and we're down to 9 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. You can see those teams coming from the northern side. Vikings staying at the rim of the circle here. Same thing goes for Champions Esports. But you know what? Vampires taking this opportunity to assume a lot of points because everyone that they need to take down is just right up in front of them and applying a lot of pressure since they will be the ones coming from the outskirts.
Oh man, this circle still favors Talon though. Looking good so far this round. But for Champions Esports, now they're looking at Vampire Esports. With Mela currently down on the ground. Okay, they're trying to find the next target. On the other side, they see one player. Vampire Esports sees the rotation of Champions Esports as well. But Boychill gets Kino while he was rotating to the other side.
Oh man, Champions, they're running out of space here. But let's see what's going to happen. BTR versus what's that, Champions Esports as well. We got FaZe as well, so there's a lot of back and forth trade at the moment. Killfeed is lighting up. FaZe, a couple of their players already down. Tony K on screen. Oh man, FaZe getting burned alive.
And BTR, they got FaZe Clan. With that, they're dominating. We have these 5 elimination points right now. Tony K was a close one. He was almost knocked down. There was a lot of damage onto him. DRS, 3 players by the rim of this circle. With BTR in front of them. And the northern side is still Vampire Esports. So many fights happening in many different corners of the circle.
Yeah, there's a need for Vampires to settle the score up against Champions just because of the fact that they are the ones, or like they are the team inside the zone, and they don't want to deal with any team that will backstab them later on. So yeah, before they go up against Talon Esports, who by the way already took over a compound here. So like if they are going to be continued being favored by the zone, big chance that they can score the chicken dinner just by their position.
Top 5 right now. Potato lands a nade on the killer YT. And DRS now one active player. That's going to be example. Yante is calling up for help. He's bleeding out right now. Only 50% of health left. But for example, to save him is going to be pretty difficult. Another nade. Landed on the Yante. Chopping himself now down to 30%. And looking for the finish. Gato with the nade. Before it's stolen away by another team. Maybe by BTR is making that rotation. Now Yante left with 20%. Not able to land it yet, and finally Potato will. Now it's down to example to clutch it out.
This is not a very good spot to begin with, for the side of DRS, just because it's out there in the open, and VOIN Donkey receiving some damage as well. And yeah, 2 players left for VOIN Donkey, and if we remember it right, before we step into game number 1, they were at 9th place. And now they were able to bag 7 elimination points, so I think that's going to be good. But unfortunately, Potato took a lot of hits coming from Tony K with that S12K, and Tony K getting the job done. 5 teams remaining here.
Yeah, Vampire Esports. They've been very busy in this round. And they will continue to be busy as we still have other teams here. VOIN Donkey and BTR next to each other, and the circle moved away from these teams. Vampire Esports has view of VOIN Donkey. Here comes Schwab spraying into the smoke, hoping to land a shot onto Gachor. And Tony K from the side. Smoke is still blinding them. They don't get a good clear view. As BTR now, they're busy with DRS. Final player is here, and Nate will be lobbed across by Hans Jill.
It's getting tight now. It's getting tight. You can see that Example is, of course, getting a lot of heat here, getting a lot of pressure. Example trying to dance it up. Of course, up against Hanzo. He was able to dodge some bullets, but it was Vox who actually took the point. But you know what? DRS was able to bag 5 elimination points, so I think it's okay. I mean, we're just opening up the matches here for day number 3. We're definitely going to see them pop off again for the next round. But in the meantime, let's check out what's going to happen with our final 4 teams here. Talon Esports continues to be favored by the blue zone. I mean, they do have that compound all to themselves, so it's a fortress right now for Talon. And we got Vampire Esports, of course, taking care of business up against the corner. The last remaining player for VOIN Donkey, and there you go, Vampire sealing the deal.
Ooh, 10 eliminations now for Vampire Esports, but can they seal the deal with a chicken dinner? And at the same time, VOIN Donkey eliminated number 4 elimination points. We are down to Talon, Vampire Esports, and BTR for the first chicken dinner.
Big names, big names. Okay, this is, it's like a Godzilla and Donkey Kong moment, you know? Like 2 titans or like 3 titans over here just really fighting for the first chicken dinner. So let's check out what's gonna happen. Vampire Miala popping up some smoke here to conceal his location. Vampire Esports is gauging the situation. Okay, how are we gonna play it? How are we gonna play it? Bigetron, they're over to the south side. Talon, they do have the compound, but Vampires, however, man, they're gonna come from outside. So, let's see if they can defend themselves up against BTR here.
And Shrubs moving in. They're still on the outside of the circle. And this is probably the opportunity to finish off BTR. Wow, Talon, they're actually just enjoying the inner circle. Unless Vampire Esports choose to rotate all the way up north, then their next target will be Talon, and that's where they will start to get busy.
It's gonna be hard though, it's gonna be hard for VTR, but they could have a chance because Talon actually went up against... Oh, Vampire went up against Talon Esports. Okay, so Bigetron, they don't have the numbers here, obviously. So yeah, they have the least chance of bagging chicken dinner. But then again, Vampire, I think they're all prepped up now, challenging up Talon, and we are seeing that Tony K is trying to flush out this player, trying to dance it up at a very low HP though. Can he even win the fight here? Oh,
Tony K knocked down, and one more to go. Talon still with 3 players defending their ground very well. It's only Mela left for Vampire Esports on the other building. And Mela, can he come up with something big here? Lots of damage on the Mela. He's forced to turn back to re-heal.
Man, impeccable defense here set out by Talon Esports. Oh, and they continue to get the zone. Okay, last player for Vampires. And you know what, Bigetron? They're still letting the fight happen. No pressure just yet for both of the players to move forward. They're monitoring the situation, but you know what? They're letting Miola handle the business here up against Talon. So perhaps BTR are waiting for like both of teams to be at their most vulnerable, and that will be the cue for them to strike.
Yeah, and BTR, they're just like being chilling right now. They don't really need to push it. They can just wait for the commotion to end before they go in. Well, that also depends on how much Mela can damage Talon. Or maybe Mela can pull off a clutch, a 1v3 clutch. That could be another possibility. So BTR, they're just waiting for the audio cue. They're waiting for that fight to start or end before they charge.
If Miola can actually put down Boysil, because it's a 3v1, if we're gonna be realistic here, Miola could be the one to be taken out of the game, right? But it will even up the fight here, Serpcloud, for the end game. BTR only has 2 players here, so if one Talon could be sent back to the lobby here, then it's gonna be an epic showdown between the 2 teams.
To reach the end game, we must go through Doomsday. And Doomsday will start anytime soon. Stage 8 people. Will the circle of Stage 8 force those within the compound to come out? That is what BTR is also banking on. If they are forced to come out because of the circle that shifts away from them, maybe favoring BTR. BTR, look at their position. They have a good line of sight the moment they exit the house.
Yep, first Mexican standoff, ladies and gents. And BTR, like we say, they're taking their sweet time here. There's no pressure just yet since we are at Stage 7. Perhaps, you know, they're really waiting for Stage 8 to check if the zone will be moving away, you know, from that compound. Perhaps Talon Esports together with Vampire, they're gonna be forced to expose themselves, and that could be, of course, a great opportunity for BTR. But as long as we are still waiting here, man, okay. Oh, just like what we anticipated. So Talon, as well as Miala Vampire Esports, need to leave the compound, and BTR, it's such a momentum shift here, a power position for Bigetron.
Yeah, move out into the open, where BTR will be waiting on the other side. Okay, by this Talon, they want to collect this point out of Vampire Esports, out of Mela. Let's see how Mela will be able to survive this one. Boyson knows exactly where he is. restricting the play zone in 15 more seconds. The warning signal, people. And this is going to be a big run here for Talon if they can actually get out this alive.
Okay, here we go. Oh man, the intensity right now is shooting off the roofs. Talon Esports still on prone here. Still got a few seconds on the clock before this zone completely closes down. Miala's taking his time as well, but he's cooking that nade, so we're gonna let the boy cook. Miala does know exactly where to throw the nade, but can he get anyone knocked down? That's another question.
Okay, Ayo's cooking out the nade. Okay, here we go. Mela makes his run. Managed to survive the first phase, but not able to survive the second phase where Hunt still got him. Vampire Esports out. Nice between BTR and Talon. Talon, they have the numbers, but they don't have the circle. Now, Boy Chill going for a vehicle. Takes that damage and survives it for now. But the vehicle, oh man, smoking up.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting. A while ago, Talon Esports, they had all the advantages working out for their team, but with this kind of zone, the power shifted and it goes to BTR. It is still a 3v2, but it is going to be hard. It's going to be a little difficult onto the side of Talon just because they have to expose themselves out there in the open, and BTR just really waiting for them to step within the line of sight here, and Boysil already making a move with his buggy, was able to get behind that tree effectively.
Okay, Boxy. Let's see, they're going to create a little bit more space in front of them by creating the smoke bridge. They do have this vehicle. Hansil goes into the middle of the circle. The smoke's still active. Hansil now will be the target of Talon. But look at the spread of Talon. Because they have the numbers, they can cover multiple angles, even more than BTR. They got Boxy. One more to go. Probably going to go all in right now on the Hansil, the last surviving member of BTR. On the left side, that is the angle that they will find against him. And Talon continues their reign at the top.
They ended day number 2 with a chicken dinner, and now they're doing it all over again for game number 1 here. Absolutely making a statement here. The Talon Esports is a team who is basically determined and motivated to finish at the top of Ruthless Esports Invitational Showdown Season 10.
And with this chicken dinner, of course, last we checked, they were at number 1 with more than 100 points. This will definitely create a certain gap at the top. But how big of that gap will be, that's something that we'll need to calculate, and we'll see later on. Will it be at least a 1-game gap, of course? Now with the points collected this time, so it is 8 elimination points collected by Talon, so 18 points for them. And with the fact that Alter Ego, they went out fairly early in this round, so surely that gap would have been there. Also, the other question is that, will Alter Ego still at least be at number 2?
Okay, so the drama intensifies as well, but it is still a sensational performance coming from Talon Esports. I mean, great in terms of elimination points, was able to hit their target, you know, getting that chicken dinner, and we are going to see if Talon Esports was able to get just enough points to maintain their lead. And just for your questions regarding Alter Ego errors, I do wonder if, like, because it's seasonal for them. I mean, they can be in the move to really be aggressive, turn into monsters, and be maniacs inside a battlefield. But there's also like a day wherein they're so nonchalant, you know, they're like not even bothered with everything that is happening from the games, and just address everything in such a chill mode. But maybe Alter Ego Ares would love to be at the top, you know, for today's set of matches. I mean, this is just the game number 1 in ERANGEL. We still got 5 more today.
Yeah, these teams, they do bother what happened in this game. Obviously, that's why they are part of the teams to watch. Besides Talon, it's BTR, Vampire Esports, and VOIN Donkey. Are all these teams, the team with the least amount of time, full squad time, is VOIN Donkey, 18 minutes 45 seconds, but still able to make it in our top 4. We're going to compare the number 1 and number 2 team from that round. So Talon compared to BTR, even though BTR, they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they score at least 1 elimination above Talon.
Yeah, And also, when it comes to the damage output, it's basically like just the same. It's just a couple of numbers there, but it is also an amazing performance. There was a moment there that I thought that, hey, maybe it's possible for Bigetron to actually score the chicken dinner compared to Talon Esports just because of their position. But I feel like the moment Boyson was able to reach and get behind the tree, I think that was the beginning of the end, for Bigetron, because they were able to hold on to that angle, really went in for the pinch, and that was it. The chain of events that happened, and of course, Talon Esports winning the fight.
Well, let's not forget to celebrate HORAA with his debut as our MVP this round with 7 eliminations, 1,256 damage by himself. That is a lot of damage output there. And that's why his team contribution is up there as well with 77.78%. Next to him is Schwabs from Vampire Esports, and then Razak from VOIN Donkey. And of course, you always gotta have Tony K from Vampire Esports, so 2 players from Vampire Esports, just because they scored at least 10 elimination points this round, and they warrant themselves to have 2 representatives here as our top performers.
Hans flexing his muscle, definitely. I do wonder though if we can do something that could unlock his picture. It's a question for production. But anyway, match leaderboard here, ladies and gents, 18 points in total for our top spot here. Talon coming in at second. We've got Bigetron with 15. They're tied up with Vampire Esports. So perhaps, what are we looking here? Maybe the placement points, or like the average survival time. VOIN Donkey, Champions, DRS Gaming, and even D Savior was able to rack decent number of points here. So they're going to be safe.
And when it comes to throwables used, interestingly, we didn't hit 200, but that's fine. 173, that's okay. For HORAA, well, we're still not letting him go yet. He is in the longest elimination distance stat with 393. Not the most important stat if you ask me, but it's always nice to have your name up there. So maybe HORAA is sending a message to his management that, hey, I want to be a mainstay in the main lineup for this upcoming season, so put me in. I would expect to see more HORAA in the following round.
I want to be the very best. Oh, different game. Yeah, I believe we witnessed this. When he actually went for that longest elimination distance. I think he was just maybe doing a tap in fire, maybe with a mini 14. But yeah, that was an amazing feat. But overall rankings, we were talking about like if Talon Esports can maintain their lead here, 119 still at the top here. Vampire Esports again moved up 2 ranks with 99. Okay, FaZe 1 chicken dinner, 93 points. Same thing goes for Alter Ego Eras, but as you can see on the screen here, Alter Ego actually moved down 2 ranks.
Yeah, so they're at number 4 right now. So there's an okay gap between them and Talon. Talon's still not running away from it yet. So with the game to go, it can still happen. But on page 2, so for Champions Esports, they are still at number 16. But we do have some positive movers here. DRS currently at number 11, and D Xavier with a chicken dinner before. They are at number 12 right now. HORAA Esports, they dropped from page 1 to page 2 with 67 points. But objectively, if we were to only look at points, well, 11 more games to go. You know they can do it. But before we head on to the next round, as usual, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one. and go! We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10, game number 2 for today. Coming up next, we're still here with you. My name is Cloud, together with Red Queen. And Red Queen, 11 more games for the teams. And for you to score your first prediction, where is it?
I got 11 chances to score one right, but why is it not happening? Why are you doing this to me?
I know, right? The teams are just being cruel, right? It's like as if they see you doing the prediction, they'll be like, I'm gonna give Red Queen that. Not today.
Not today. I mean, this is probably my first time maybe ending a tournament without actually getting any score done. My goodness. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Maybe I have been infected by the curse for this tournament. I don't know. I don't want to jinx anything, but please give me that score. But if in case you just tuned in, okay, for match number 13, it was all about Talon Esports scoring a chicken dinner. And now we're going to start to drop in Miramar. This is going to be our first Miramar. Yeah, let's see who is, of course, strong enough, confident enough, aggressive enough, and smart enough to get that win.
It could be either one of these top Miramar performers. HORAA Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, Vampire Esports, and, well, Talon's still up here. So who knows? If we look at the stats, HORAA Esports, they dominate most of the stats here. Maybe this should be a comeback round for HORAA Esports this time. Since in the first game, they didn't really do that well. But if they can come back big this round, then, well, we can say that HORAA Esports is back. But will they be part of Red Queen's prediction, or will it be another team?
You know what? I was thinking, yeah, I'll go with HORAA Esports. I just have a question, but you can pick your choice first.
Oh, okay. Well, production considered that you locked in. So
Locked in, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going with stats this time. So I like to bring on a CelcomDigi Alliance.
I knew it. Kind of felt you were going for a CelcomDigi Alliance. Understandably so. I mean, the guys took a win yesterday. So I'm curious at which production is gonna put in their box. Really now? Talon getting back-to-back winner, chicken it that much fate, huh? Okay.
All the chips in for production. They not only won
big player
to get this prediction right, but they want to be the most predicted right of them all.
I see what you're doing. There, production. I mean, okay. Okay, for HORAA Esports. This is my question, because I know we've got a lot of purple hearts down there, just waiting to see when HORAA Esports is gonna come back, and pop off in the battlefield. So, since they were able to show us a sneak peek of what they can do during the playoffs, I mean, it was a pretty aggressive one. Consistency is there, everything working out for them. The formula is okay and it's effective. So perhaps, they're maybe trying out some new strategies that they can use in the official tournaments, or perhaps, okay, we've already secured a slot in the grand finals, so we're gonna go and chill now.
Okay, we're gonna go and chill now? Now?
Now.
It's the finals.
Yeah,
Or are you saying that, okay, maybe chill now and then just bang everyone towards the end, just to prove a point that, hey, we are capable of playing the comeback game too?
Well, placement points are the big points, and kill points are the ones that keep you in the race. Perhaps we've been seeing them really go aggressive during the first zones. Perhaps they could prioritize and go for the placement strategy first, and then get those elimination points in the bag. I mean, that could happen. But I think the moment that we're going to find out if they're going to take this one on the passive side or aggressive side is the moment that we drop in Miramar.
Which we will be dropping into Miramar after this. Yeah. And if we were to recall some of the potential clash points in Miramar, let's see. Depending on the flight path, maybe Impala, that could be one. But that really depends on the flight path. If it's not really flight path dependent, then Power Grid, Tribe Aeromacy versus PTR, that might happen again. So we will want to keep an eye on these two key areas at the very beginning. So far, nowhere else has had early clash points unless something changes today just because it's the second last day and maybe teams want to cancel each other. But let's go! Miramar.
Here we go, ladies and gents. You know, the more, the merrier. So do invite your friends because we are about to start our game in Miramar. So have a little game for yourselves and maybe choose who you think is going to win the chicken dinner for match number 14. It's nice, you know, to play those little games with friends or maybe your brothers and your sisters. It's a good PUBG match here. We got the best of the best in the lobby, so might as well enjoy the show.
Yeah, let's go and enjoy the show right now because the flight path will start from the north all the way down to the south, and it is passing by Impala, so the Impala clash might potentially happen. Could be VOIN Donkey and RRQ. Let's see that. But I'm also looking over at the stats. So now the stats, the one that's hitting it is jumbled up. We got Delta with the highest 6 shots. Rosemary still with the highest damage, but Tony K is behind him by about 500, so it's not that far. Most eliminations is now Tony K, so every stat has a different leader now.
Okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing. That's great, you know, it can add up to the drama that we have so far. Alter Ego Rosemary getting dethroned by Vampire Tony K. Alright, that's exciting. But as for the teams, okay, they're already opening up their shoots here. HORAA Esports, FaZe, they're headed towards the north side. Alter Ego Ares is spread out evenly on the map here, but hey, this is a fight that we've been waiting for to happen. We got Vikings on screen here. Oh, and up against the Savior.
Yeah, and it's Lost Learners fight, okay? We don't get to see this happen all the time, very early, but maybe Wunti, he saw an opportunity to eliminate Paragen, and that's going to be the first blood this round by Vikings. And we will also have access to the buggy right in front of him earlier. So now it might be a small truce inside Lost Learners because it's big enough to house up to 3 teams anyway. So as long as these teams don't decide or deliberately want to just rush in, take the frontal approach, they should be fine. Unless there is a feeling by Xavier that they want to seek revenge. But with 3 players, they can always chill and play later or meet them later.
Maybe we should talk about the fact that, okay, Wunti used to play with D-Savior, right? So perhaps, you know, since, you know, he has experience, he probably had already taken down notes on, like, how everybody play. I mean, he complemented the game style very well, blended it with the team. So perhaps those notes that he was able to learn while playing with them, do you think that he is applying that on how they can probably destroy D-Savior from this exchange?
Ooh. That is an interesting thought. Okay. Because we'll be playing 2 back-to-back Miramars, right? If it happens again the next round, then we can start to say that, okay, it could be a pattern on how they deal with the Xavier very, very early on. But of course, I'm pretty sure that the Xavier is also adaptable. I mean, they're one of the top teams in the world. So they will adapt to the situation. But that's, of course, then comes the challenge of Vikings. It's like, how do they adapt to the adaptable? It's like playing a game of chess.
It's true. Just a while ago, I mean, we were witnessing what was going on in ERANGEL. I mean, it was like the teams moving their pieces, right, just to make sure that they get the chicken dinner. And again, you know, it's not just about the mechanical skills and how good you are when it comes to your aim. It's also about really, you know, like battling your wits out of this. Just really how you can outsmart continuously your opponents in the game. But let's see if Bigetron by Vitality can do exactly that. Because Trix, he is looting on that end, and you know, as you can see on the screen here, Malakbik is getting closer and closer. Do you think Malakbik knows that Trix is just behind there?
Yeah, now he probably doesn't know. He was looking at down the hallway. So he's very cautious about Trix being there. That's why he's navigating around this warehouse using the walls. But a shot came from the other side. and that did hit. So signal to just rush in.
Oh!
And Malabik will be down.
Great anticipation. It's like he knows exactly where Malakbik is going to hide. So again, that is a nice execution coming from Triumph Aeromacy. They probably have down, the communications down. Great demonstration there of tactical gameplay coming from Triumph Aeromacy. And now let's see if Bigetron can pick up the pace here. Can they counter up against Triumph Aeromacy now that they're down to 3 players?
And for BTR, they're still playing Hunt still, by the way. Federal is still inside of Power Grid. They don't really need to force this fight. I mean, Power Grid is not in the circle. And they have 3 players. Probably their best strategy is to try to exit the Federalist. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He does have a vehicle. And there you go. They should be able to get away. And they should get away, if you ask me. I mean, is it a worthwhile fight for them to take? Not really. Well, unless if they really, really want to test themselves, since this is an off-season tournament anyway, to try to overcome the situation, then yeah, sure. But BTI, at the end of the day, they decide not to.
They could really go and experiment here. You always have to find a way on how you can respond better compared to the enemies in the game, right? So you have to run a lot of strats, a lot of tactics, just to make sure that you really have it down. Like whatever happens, the muscle reflexes, the play will then be executed smoothly. So we do understand the fact like why there's a need for those pro players to actually train 10 to 12 hours a day. I mean, it could be hard, to read everything that's going to go on and happen from inside of the tournaments. And so you have to be ready in all possible situations.
But the situation right now is that the circle moved towards the right side, centered around Impala, with about 50% of water in this circle. Of course, we can expect the circle to pull to the land area later on. But if it does pull to Impala, yeah, I do like the circle there. It's very, very challenging. Multiple level of hills, and then you have a bit of water, you have a bit of that bay. So it's always fun to watch the circle in Impala. And if it goes there, VOIN Donkey, that's their house. They would love that circle in Impala.
Oh, for sure. And can't wait to show you guys where the circle actually went. So we do have 40% water here. So there could be a chance for the circle to favor those 2 islands that we can see far southeast. Well, we're talking about like the full Miramar, but right now it's on the east side of the zone. So I do wonder if it's gonna go there. It's probably like the Los Higos effect, if in case the circle went down south. But in the meantime, there are already a lot of teams, the coast side, Alter Ego Eras, VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, even Vampire Esports. They're all together. So yeah, I feel like the fight now might ensue, just because of the fact that DRS, there's at least 2 teams headed towards that entry point to where they are. And that will be FaZe and HORAA Esports.
We talked about the next phase of the circle, whether it will go to the islands or not. This could be the answer. And let's see how far it will pull.
Oh, man.
100% all the way to land. So we're not going to see the 2 island circle again. Oh well, that has to wait. But what will be waiting is Champions Esports taking the opportunity against Vikings that passed by and break. He needs a break from this. He took a lot of damage. Now the rest of Vikings, looks like they will leave Break alone for now. They know that he can get away by himself.
I'm pretty sure that there will be fights to happen. Clean up onto the northern side, in the middle, and even down south. That is for sure. Fireworks definitely is gonna happen in just a few while. They're super close to each other, even Champions Esports. So I am anticipating a collision between those 3 teams that I just mentioned, DRS as well, and even Alter Ego Eras, and even the possibility of FaZe actually joining in. BTR, well, they might find each other, having an exchange with HORAA Esports, just because both of the teams are headed towards the same direction. They are basically parallel to each other.
So that means there's a chance that they will meet. Okay. Enough land for these teams? Yeah, we are 100% land now. So teams don't need to worry about like, oh, there's some water there that they can't play. They can just play as usual now with this current circle. And we're only at stage 2. So a bit of an anticlimactic for the circle to give us. But on the elimination feed, we have Superman gunning down the player of RRQ. Looks like they're going to rush into this compound where they are. Hunts for you. Finish off by Superman.
Rebecca, man, that was nasty. But anyway, beautifully done. That was a great nade. Let's see if Vikings can actually respond with the same thing. Superman now coming into play, trying to get an angle done up against RQ, and there goes Nerpeko down on the ground. Superman is putting on his red cape.
And a break will need to come in to give further backup. Superman needs help on the low ground. Break still on the high ground. Wonti is calling out for help as well. He needs to be revived, but they need to win this fight against RRQ before they can actually pick him up. Same time, Alter Ego, they lost one player elsewhere. They're on screen right now in a fight with another team.
Oof, Superman has been holding on to that nade for so long. And of course, nade wasn't that good. We got Krypton on the screen. Alter Ego Eras versus FaZe Clan. Krypton picked a nade as well. Okay, I think he already threw it. Both Alter Ego Eras is actually just staying at the top of the stairs here. But VOIN Donkey was able to put down a player from Champions. But you know what? Pubg was able to counter effectively.
Oh, here comes the gunfire. Wonti finished off by the zone. Point kind of denied away. Anyway, for the Vikings, they continue to fight on. Break will be gunned down by Lapa. One more to go. It's going to be Superman. And Jins comes in at the right timing to support Superman. They actually won the fight against RRQ.
Wow, that was amazing. That was amazing. And here we go. The fight continues on between VOIN Donkey and Champions Esports. But of course, we're still looking into Alter Ego Eras defending this very compound that we can see on the screen here. Daybot, of course, about to step out of the house. And from the top, we've got Shepard getting dropped by Daybot.
Beautifully done by Alter Ego. Even with the Alpha, they're still able to win this fight. The Red Bull taken hostage right now by Alter Ego. Will the other players of FaZe Clan want to come and save him? I doubt so. Dewey is kind of far away, so he has to let Red Bull go. But look at what Rosemary is doing. He's chasing Dewey. He wants blood.
Oh man, Rosemary right now is hunting. Okay, let's see what's going to happen. Krypton also trying to get close, backing up Rosemary in this process. Now, Rosemary with an SLK goes now for the charge. Okay, bait in the fish, and here comes another attack now. Trying to dance it off, but Dewey, man, he just got dropped hard by Rosemary.
Well, now Potato has to drop it like it's hot. As well against Champions Esports, 2 players left. The IGL himself put on a captain's performance. He will get Atomic. One more to go on the left side. Still with his trusty shotgun. Very low on bullets at this point. He can still swap over to Scar. He sees Urkas. Lots of damage at the Urkas. Just one more bullet needed. And now Scar should be able to get Urkas, and he will put in a captain's performance.
That was great, to be honest. I mean, he was trying to choose between the door and the window as to where he needs to point his gun, but great pre-fire, great anticipation, and great defense right there, hence winning the fight. Now, we're looking at 13 teams remaining. We are at stage 3 here, ladies and gents. On screen, we've got Vampire Esports. Well, they're already smacked down there in the middle, together with HORAA and together with Team Secret. So I feel like Tony K, yeah, he's probably talking to the rest of the team here. Hey, maybe it is now time for us to go for a push here up against Team Secret, because Team Secret is holding on to a compound, which makes this a prime spot.
Federales. Got 10% of health left in this buggy. Gunned down by Federales from this distance with this 3x scope M4. And Sky will get the Drexy from the other side. So 2 teams actually looking at some 9.
Okay. Perhaps, you know, this could be the turning page now for HORAA Esports. We've been waiting for them to really step it up. We miss. of course, having HORAA Esports being aggressive in the battlefield, and they do need the points as well. But anyway, map feed. We've got at least how many teams here? 4 teams. They'll be coming from the southwest side. So let's check it out. From the kill feed, it's Talon versus Vampire Esports. Ayok getting dropped here. Shreps now doing a massive spray, and now switches to an F12K. Oh, a lot of them dropping like flies here. And at the end of that clash, it was Vampire Esports, of course, taking the win.
Ooh, 0 points this time for our number 1 team, Talon. Opportunity for the teams below them to catch the number 1 spot. Now, Team Secret, they want to try to take out Vampire Esports. Drangzin, knocked down. 10% of health left. GK, he has to save him quickly. If not, he might bleed out. But it's actually Lamborghini from the other side finishing off Drangzin.
Okay, GK cooking up, potentially shutting down 2 players from Vampire Esports, but he doesn't know where they are. Okay, so this is an advantage that Vampire Esports can keep to themselves, but we got Newsy here cooking up a nade, switches back to Zam 416. GK stepping away for now. And, you know, if Vampire Esports, of course, would love to play up against Team Secret, they're the ones that will have to push forward. But as for Rosemary, he did spot Superman, went for a massive spray, but was able to not actually shut him down just yet.
Oh, 3 eliminations now for Rosemary. 5 in total for Alter Ego. Looks like this could be the round where they might be on fire. They really want to take that number 1 spot now with the fact that Talon has been eliminated. Now, Aeromacy is going to be going up against Team Secret that has this compound. This compound is still valuable as it's in the circle, but they look from CelcomDigi Alliance. We got 1 player from Aeromacy. It's Strix, but points stolen away by Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, Trix was the one far away from the rest of Tribe Aeromacy because, you know, the other players from Tribe busy actually dealing with Team Secret. But coming off the kill feed, man, Superman, I think, was eliminated. Yes, sir. Vikings already out of the game here. 11 teams remaining for Stage 4. We got Vampires with 2 casualties now. Miola, Tony K out, and it's Schweppes and Newsy for the play.
And here comes the spray from afar. Sleepy will get 1. Okay, looking for the next target. Federalis is in the line of sight of Sleepy. Okay, but Federalis managed to use the terrain to hide away from HORAA Esports. On the other side, BTR, they're recovering. On the elimination feed, looks like Vampire Esports and CelcomDigi Alliance in the fight, where CelcomDigi Alliance, they won it against Vampire, taking them out at number 11.
All right, here we go. Lamborghini manages to find a spot for him, but the question is if he can be able to utilize that effectively. Now, Sem9 versus HORAA Esports. No fear, taking some damage from that nade. Needs to step back for now. Needs to recuperate, obviously. Sky is responding back to Firen, but oh no, that wasn't a very good step forward because he got shut down by none other than BTR. So technically, this is already a 3-way battle.
Oh, and look at the circle. DRS is in the middle of it. They have the circle with the compound. This is a big advantage circle for them. If we run now against No Fear, 1v1. No Fear with the QBZ. You have this nade, Fearon, prepping the volley as well. But also No Fear forcing him to move back. No Fear receives damage. Looks like he came from the high ground. I wonder who is the one that's actually shooting on the No Fear.
Yeah, I believe those are the guys from BTR perhaps. Yeah, Sleepy. Yeah, there you go. That was the exchange. Hands now got dropped. And HORAA Esports, they do have a slight advantage here, but for how long? That is the big question. But Lamborghini getting shut down as well out there in the open. We got going back to Firen. He is now ready for the charger, holding onto his S12K, but No Fear says no.
But Sem9 is tough too. Now we're going to focus on the Voxy versus Xavier. And Voxy, he's alone here. His other teammates on the other side. So Voxy's managing Xavier by himself. With trusty M4 by the edge of the blue. While at the same time the blue is closing. Voxy takes blue damage. Is it trying to deny away the point? It looks like that could be the case. Okay, he's healed up. By taking that long approach. Where's his vehicle? If he doesn't have a vehicle, it's going to be pretty hard.
It is gonna be hard. But this Savior BTR this is, of course, have to push through. I mean, one team is going to be left alive dealing with Tribe Aeromacy the moment they step into the zone here. So let's see what Lamborghini is going to do in this situation. It's pretty low in HP. He was able to shut down Vox. Federal is already down on the ground as well. D-Saver down to 2 players here, Lamborghini and Levi's. But you know what? They are managing a lot of teams here. Oh, unfortunately, Levi's received a huge nade coming from BTR, hence getting eliminated from the match.
And again, Untitled is the final player for BTR, but this time he'll need to survive HORAA Esports, bring him down, and looks like no fear will get him. HORAA Esports dominating 5 elimination points. Could HORAA Esports be back this round?
Okay, here we go. A little quiet, please. Team Secret getting into position. Remember that they are the ones holding on to a compound here. Tribe Aeromacy is at the edge. They are still included in the zone, but there's a need for them to move forward. So this is one business that they have to deal with if they want to stay in the match. And now we can see both of the teams are trying to cook up a very good plan. But in the meantime, let's check out DRS since they are already down there in the middle. So far, they're hearing all of the gunshots surrounding them, but they're waiting for the teams to actually come at them instead. They're sitting comfortably in the middle, so there's no need for them to leave the compound. But as for CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, they're the ones close to Team Secret, Tribe Aeromacy, and even HORAA Esports. So this 4 teams that we just mentioned, they're definitely gonna have a trade-off now that the circle shifted once again, still favoring the real soldiers.
Whoa, okay, the real soldiers. What a circle for them again. Because they got the circle, the downside is that they don't get many opportunities to claim elimination points. Maybe later. While allowing all these teams to cancel each other, they will go up more placements, giving them more placement points. Now we have lots of teams on the left side of the circle, including HORAA Esports, Tribe Aeromacy here as well. They're looking at each other. Both teams planning on how to get into the circle, but they're in a gridlock right now.
You're absolutely right, Sir Cloud. And here comes Tribe Aeromacy now, putting a little pressure onto the side of HORAA. XYZ cooking up a nade here. They're hearing someone is actually pretty close. And ooh, how are they processing the information? Where they're pretty accurate because that nade was on point. Here comes the massive sprayer up against Sky. That's XYZ for you, ladies and gents. And now he's cooking up a molly here, throwing up against Sky. Let's see if Sky survives the clash.
And the molly just right behind Sky. Managed to kill up, but the moment he step up behind the 3. And he will be taken out. It's going to be XCY eliminating him. Now it's only Sleepy, the final player for HORAA Esports. They are by the edge of the circle, buying a bit of time for themselves. As Sky will be revived right now by Sleepy, but they have to be prepared in case Tribe Aeromacy charges in. But Tribe Aeromacy, they are not recharging it right now. Still, QYX977 still putting the pressure onto them. And XCY and Cole will come in from the other side.
Oh!
There you go.
Man, it was hard. It was a vulnerable spot. They are in between. I mean, they're in a valley there. I mean, Tribe Aeromacy was able to take hold of the high ground advantage. It was nowhere for them to run. It was an absolute convincing win for the side of Tribe Aeromacy. And now they have a chance to go for that chicken dinner as well. But as for DRS, they've already managed to spot some players coming from Team Secret. They're also looking at CelcomDigi Alliance and Celcom. They're receiving a lot of damage coming from XMPL Spray. We've got Killer YT also keeping a close eye on the Iftar here. Go for the massive spray. Once again, Caleb taking a lot of damage. And let's see if they can survive the first attack.
And long range tap continued by DRS. You can collect their second elimination point at least. Iftar takes that damage. They managed to crawl towards his teammate. And behind the haystack, they should be able to reset. They should be able to recover. Krypton gets QYX977. And the rest of Rosemary came in. Together with Team Secret. Looks like Tribe Aeromacy fell to the hands of 2 different teams.
Oh man, Tribe Aeromacy now just got dropped. 5 teams remaining here. DRS still with a complete squad. Okay, number advantage definitely go to them. Alter Ego eras, they're trying to, of course, take a hold on most of the space here inside the zone. Just probably checking out as to where the gunshots actually coming from. But as for DRS, okay, they are managing all of the angles right here. Rosemary, we've got CelcomDigi Alliance, VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, looking at just one direction here, and that is of course the middle of the zone. We got an example with a Mini 14. There goes a tap in 5, but bullets not coming through.
CelcomDigi Alliance just across DRS. They do have circle though. I wonder if the teams who want to put focus on the DRS, some teams actually rotating from the north, coming in, and that's going to be Alter Ego. Now, just on the outside of DRS, they could crash here onto DRS's compound anytime soon. That means that CelcomDigi Alliance will have a second lifeline now that the focus of DRS have shifted towards Alter Ego.
All right, everyone is talking to each other. Alter Ego is just checking out the spot here. How are we gonna move forward? CelcomDigi Alliance is not really technically the best of spot, but it is what works for now. Obviously, they need to deal with Team Secret. They need to deal with VOIN Donkey before they can even focus their attention to DRS. But for Alter Ego Airs, I think they are the closest team that could potentially shut down a DRS if they decide to actually snag that compound from DRS.
Yeah, and they might execute their plan anytime soon. Since now the zone is closing, they'll be forced to move forward anyway. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, they're also busy with VOIN Donkey. Razak, already out of nades. If he has nades, then he might lob it to Iftar. But Iftar has his own nade. Cooking it up. Trying to aim it onto Razak. But he cancelled that nade, it seems. Okay, he's still waiting for the right moment. Razak's not making his move yet. But Potato, gunned down by Iftar. Iftar found an opportunity to claim another point for CelcomDigi Alliance.
Potato just got buried in the ground. CelcomDigi Alliance. K-Look and Iftar together fighting off Team Secret. So this is a 2v2 happening between these two teams. And Razak, I don't think is going to be coming into the fight here. He doesn't have the manpower, so might as well just be quiet for now. But you know what? Iftar is looking at his direction while K-Look is keeping Team Secret at bay here. But let's see what's going to happen. What if VOIN Donkey, Razak, and as well as Team Secret just went in for a massive spray here up against CelcomDigi Alliance? That could also be a possibility.
Yeah, because the zone might force them to do that now that the circle has shifted, still favoring CelcomDigi Alliance and DRS on the other side. Razak will be forced to move forward, so might as well take that risk and charge in. Same goes for Team Secret. He could probably play the tractor in front of them and that's about it. But for Razak, he does not have any more cover in front of him. He has to take a bit of risk next.
He does have to force his way in, and that means, of course, going after CelcomDigi Alliance. But you know what? Here we go. The fight that we have been waiting for. DRS defending the compound up against Alter Ego Airs. Daybot goes down hard. Krypton trying to defend himself still. But one active member, or two active members go. Now make that one. DRS is absolutely winning the fight here.
DRS defending the ground against Alter Ego. Gadley will finish off Krypton. Rosemary, the final player for Alter Ego. Unless he can pull up a clutch here, or they know exactly where he is. Dances together with DRS, but from the outside, DRS. Finish off Alter Ego. Top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Make that top 2 between DRS and CelcomDigi Alliance now.
Solid defense coming from the Real Soldiers, and man, do they still have the number advantage. Yes, sir, up against CelcomDigi Alliance. And you know what? There is no pressure at all for DRS to leave the compound. Perhaps they could go in for a charge here, but that could also like put them at risk. But we can see that Delta is popping off those smokes and getting ready to cross the road. And this is such a bold move coming from DRS. They know that they have all the advantages for their team, and they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, they're not wasting any more time. I want to put the pressure on CelcomDigi Alliance, and with the position that DRS has put themselves, they're not worried about the circle, they're not worried about the zone, because right now CelcomDigi Alliance is closer to the blue. Here comes Killer YT with his nade, cooks it up, sends it across, lots of damage onto Adelu, almost getting him.
Alright, here we go. This is Pretty interesting. K looked pretty low in HP, but he was able to heal himself up. Giante going off angle here, while Killer Whitey's cooking up a nade. So much pressure right now from the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. Giante trying to go in for the charge here, holding on to his M416, and Iftar goes down hard.
And here comes the charge in onto Audit. Look! Do not write them off yet, ladies and gentlemen. The real soldiers, DRS, with the grand final chicken dinner.
Let me see those blue hearts. Blue hearts, ladies and gents, for the real soldiers getting the chicken dinner. Match number 14 here. Oh man, we have been waiting for them to pop up, and here we go. A fan service to everyone. DRS with a WWCD.
It's been quite a waiting for the fans, I'm sure. But it's still not too late for DRS. If they can continue on this momentum, who knows? They could come up with a surprise from behind with this sort of performance, the DRS. Now, it's a matter of looking at how many points did they manage to collect. So far in this round, they collected 8 elimination points in total. Everyone exactly scored 2 elimination points. You don't get to see that kind of number every day. So do screenshot this one. That means 18 points collected for DRS in this round. Everybody pulled their weight pretty much equally.
2 points each. So everybody contributed to like the win here for this round. They're absolute monsters. Now, again, what we're looking for, any team, like from any team here, is consistency. Again, everyone is kind of flaky, right? I mean, sometimes they really go strong, sometimes they go passive. So we're trying to mix everything. And trying to check like, okay, which team is gonna go for that high octane, high energy gameplay for the next round. But before we even, of course, dive into the next round, we have to give the spotlight to DRS. Just because, you know, it has been a long time coming. We've started day number 1 the other day, and now we are second to the last day before we wrap things up for this tournament. And it's great to see that DRS was able to step onto the pedal here and really showing us what they got.
Yeah, besides DRS, of course, our second place finishers, CelcomDigi Alliance is part of the team to watch. Team Secret as well, and also Alter Ego that charge in onto the compound of DRS. I mean, they didn't really have the choice. That's their only option, is to try to win the fight against DRS in their own compound. Now we're going to compare the head-to-head. Potato here, 4 eliminations by himself. And also comparing with Killer YT, the main man of DRS, with 2 eliminations. Damage output, although Killer YT only 2 eliminations, but his damage output is a little bit more than Potato, including 3 assists more than Potato himself. So all-around team player. But the all-around player this round is, welcome back, Rosemary.
Okay. I do wonder after this round if he is successful, of course, in reclaiming the spot here from Tony K as being the most valuable player, but I guess we'll find that out later on. I do wonder, though, if DRS was successful in taking that compound from DRS Gaming moments ago. Do you think that it's going to be a fair fight, or like an even fight with them and CelcomDigi Alliance?
Well, I mean, if you talk about numbers, then clearly it wasn't. But of course, the story is told like along the way, and not only that one single fight. And yeah, one thing that gave DRS the advantage is the circle on top of them. But for these players, if you can see here, none of them come from DRS. But what's important is that DRS, they scored the most points among them all, 18 points collected. And then you have CelcomDigi Alliance, 11 points, followed by Team Secret, Alter Ego, 10 points, the double-digit club. The only team to not score a single point, surprise, surprise, is actually our number 1 team, Talon.
Well, I guess if you're doing good, then you'll be having those targets on your bag. I mean, that's how it works, right? It's all about survival. It's all about smart gameplay. It's all about mechanical skills. And right now, Talon Esports, they tripped and they had an early elimination, thus not getting anything from this round. So let's check out the numbers on the stats here. We got 189 thermals used in the game, which is, I think, is a fair number, especially when we're playing in Miramar. Usually it really goes down, but for the airdrops looted, okay, we only have 396 for the longest elimination distance set up by Levi's of the Savior.
Okay, Even though Talon, they didn't score any points this round, but they're still at number 1. Okay, still unshaken. But we also welcome Vampire Esports and Alter Ego into the 100-point club, both of them sharing the same amount of points, 103, divided only by the tiebreaker of that chicken dinner. As of now, Alter Ego is the only team on page 1 without a chicken dinner. No chicken dinner, no problem for Alter Ego. But after that chicken dinner, we have to welcome DRS on page 1, currently at number 8 with 84 points. The points on page 1 is still very tight.
Yes, now on the second page here, BTR continues to be pushed even further down. So something needs to be tweaked, something needs to be changed. But let's find out if they're going to do just that. 77 points, tied up currently with Team Secret here. HORAA pushing down the ranks as well. The only team that had a slight improvement here in terms of the gameplay would be Tribe Aeromacy, moving up 1 rank. But there's plenty of stories that still can unravel because we still got plenty more of games here. So more of that, ladies and gents. Don't go away. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. you guys are still thirsty for some action after we just witnessed a spectacular gameplay coming from everyone, so don't worry, we got you, we got you. But anyway, welcome back to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. Again, my name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and yeah, we're almost halfway through since we are already at match number 3, the second Miramar this evening.
Yeah, we just saw DRS scoring that chicken dinner. So teams on page 2. Who knows, we might see that surprise. But still no surprise for Talon, even though they didn't score a single point. They were the only team to not score a point, but they still retained their number 1 spot. So that is the advantage of, like, you have created that a bit of a soft cushion gap for yourself. But of course, you cannot continue to use that. You need to maintain your pace. So let's see if that will change in Miramar coming up next. So an update of our top Miramar performers: HORAA Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, DRS, and Vampire Esports.
Yep, let's see who will have a resurgence this time coming in at the second Miramar this evening. And again, we are already our 3rd match, just in case you guys are trying to keep track. The Miramar performers, okay, at least this will be our sort of guide, you know, to who's going to be picking the team that will get the chicken dinner. And man, I'm already sweaty here, Sir Cloud, you know, just giving me all this anxiety at like which team am I gonna pick next, because luck has been not really playing for me for this tournament. I don't even know why.
Well, I can understand why. I mean, it's a donut that needs to change to a French fry. So
oh no.
Yeah. Well, I can go first. I guess this round I want my daily dose of HORAA Esports. Let's put it in. HORAA, time for you.
Oh man. Okay. You know what? This time I'll go with CelcomDigi Alliance.
Okay, a team on the stats as well. Okay, and they came close earlier. They were at 2nd place. I picked CelcomDigi Alliance before this, and 2nd place finish. But yeah, it is what it is. So, production, who you gonna go for?
Wow.
Rising Rosemary.
Okay, all right. Alter Ego, or you guys have been picking them actually for the 2nd time today, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but yeah, I do understand. I mean, Alter Ego is showing a lot of potential to be in the mood, right, to perform for us today. So yeah, I don't doubt it at all. And HORAA Esports, what can we say? The energy right now I'm feeling from them is really not the same during the playoffs. But of course, we are not saying that, hey, they're not really a good team. You know, they have not been performing. Therefore, you know, we don't like to pick them. But a fact of the matter is, again, this is an off-season tournament, and we are at the mercy of these spectacular teams here, whether or not they're going to show up in each of the matches for tonight. But then again, HORAA Esports, they've shown us their teeth, their aggressiveness, and all we want is for them to really stick to the teams here inside the lobby and get that chicken dinner. But you know what? We're about to find out, because we are about to start the match.
Match number 3, the final match before our 2nd split for today. Back onto Miramar. So let's see what kind of circle we're gonna get. We didn't really get the Impala circle towards the end earlier. We almost got it, but that's okay. This is the 2nd chance. Flight path is going to start from Impala all the way to the left side of Valademar. So Impala, direct drop for VOIN Donkey. Now for Power Grid. That is the common clash point between Trap Aeromacy and also BTR. Potentially that might happen again.
Rosemary back on the top with a number of headshots, most eliminations, and of course highest damage output. Man, he was able to snatch that throne against, or from, rather, Tony K of Vampire Esports. You can still see Sky's name, of course, in the lineup, but Schweppes coming into play here with the most number of elimination points as well, and Delta from DRS, apparently still in this list.
Yeah, he's still there and he's still everywhere as well. Headshots, you see Delta, and then later you see him more. But you're starting to see more of Rosemary at the forefront again. So maybe that's a clue towards the end of the day. But we still have 4 games to go, including this one, before we reevaluate the daily MVP to see if Rosemary is still the one. Circle centered around Chumacera. And that high ground on Chumacera on the south side, that will be very, very valuable for all these teams.
Okay, early fight happening at the moment. Talon versus Tribe Aeromacy, and well, Tribe Aeromacy losing a member right off the bat. Not the way you want to start the match, but Talon Esports, great job getting to the guns first. So that is, of course, an effective first run, for Talons. And as for the other teams here, let's check out. Okay, that's your best friend. Still boys. So while they're on rotation, Tribe Aeromacy, of course, is just trying to hide and trying to have that element of surprise and hoping if they can actually flip the script here up against Talon Esports.
Oh, it's not Tribe and BTR. It's this time Tribe and Excel. YZ? Prices Excel? Excel? Absolutely not prepared for that. I mean, how could you, right? Because XZY, he was the one standing at the corner or squatted at the corner, just listening to the footsteps, and that's how he took advantage of that one. So that point goes to Tribe Aeromacy anyway.
Yeah, I'm wondering like what kind of things that XYZ is saying in his inside his head, like, okay, come closer, come closer, come closer. Oh, send out boom, and then he went for a spray there, getting the job done. And yes, you are absolutely right. I mean, I don't even understand why he was kind of loose and his guards were down. It's like as if no trade that happened. And we've gone through a lot of Miramars already since this is already day number 3. So you know that there's a team that loves to challenge you for that very spot as well. So they will be spread out in that particular spot.
Maybe they didn't thought about that because Tribe Aeromacy normally drops at Power Grid and they fight with BTR. But this is the first time they kind of changed their drop. So Talon didn't expect that. But yeah, that's the things that happens, right? So you have to be expecting the unexpected all the time. But it happens just because after like the 3rd day that happens, you wouldn't be thinking about it, frankly speaking, if you kind of think about it.
But yeah, you always need to, of course, prepare yourself that someone might be lurking in the corners and probably would do a jump scare and attack you. But here we go, ladies and gents. It is what it is. What's done is done. Tribe Aeromacy right now dealing with just 3 members rig already out of the game here. Let's see if they can still pull off perhaps getting to the latter stages of this match and getting a shot at that chicken dinner, even if they are already at a disadvantage. But in the meantime, okay, no fights happening just yet, even though Los Leones is at full capacity here. We're talking about at least 3 teams hanging out in there. Vikings, D Savior, and CelcomDigi Alliance. And as for Alter Ego, they're close with RQ and Team Secret and even DRS.
And so now, Talon, with the fact that they lost that one player, how much will it affect them? I'm also looking at like the points right now. So 16-point gap with Vampire. Mid is 17 since Talon. They scored 1 out of 9. So 17 is still pretty okay. Unless if Vampire or Alter Ego, these teams, they score chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points, then Talon might still be at number 1. Wouldn't be too worried about Talon right now. And especially with Talon's position in the Chumacera town now, even better for them. Not to worry. But I'm just waiting for like teams to start to climb up to the Chumacera mountains. Talon seems to be going there because you always want to get that high ground, especially if the Chumacera mountains, because a lot of teams will want to go there to challenge for it. So if at stage 1 at this timing, you have access, you can still get that high ground, definitely go for it.
I feel like BTR is setting up camp on the northern side because they could potentially shut down a lot of teams that might be, heading towards their direction. I mean, DRS loves to stay on the northern side just because of Hacienda del Patron. But BTR, they are repositioning. Okay, they're moving closer to the middle part, close to where Tribe Aeromacy is. And as for D-Savior on screen, yes, they're headed towards the middle as well, potentially clashing with Vampire Esports and another team here. Let's see who will that be. Okay, CelcomDigi Alliance.
But we have HORAA Esports with 7-9. Let's not forget 7-9 also lost one player earlier. If HORAA Esports gets another one, then 7-9 will need to play as a duo. And Yuhai sensing someone's peeking at them. Supreme still scoping down. Okay, 8 times scope. Yuhai with a Scar L. Nobody's overcommitting the peak yet. One's just very careful. And I believe this will be a standoff because they, in reality, have quite a distance. But Mika is moving towards where HORAA Esports is at.
Okay, Yuhai open fired. Because HORAA Esports, Mika getting close, of course, he will be the one to actually put the nail in the coffin there. So, understandable why 7-9 is going for that massive spray to actually inflict a lot of damage up against HORAA. But Mika stepped back. Okay, he went back to the compound. They unleashed havoc up against 7-9, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take anyone down just yet. But that was just like maybe the hard push coming from 7-9. But I feel like, okay, they're probably going to be on the defense side rather than offense.
It would have been a super risky play if Mika goes all in because it's basically 1v4. If he does that, yeah, he gets some support from Yuhai, but still it's 1v4. But HORAA Esports, they read the situation, they anticipated that there's only 2 players in this compound. So they decided to go for it, okay? Yuhai and Mika, the duo for 7-9. I with them. I'm out of here.
Yeah, definitely agree with you, Sir Khaled, and I think they agree with you as well. Yeah, number-wise, it's not gonna work for sure. And it's a great thing, you know, that HORAA Esports was able to read on them. That, okay, I think it's safe for us to actually push forward because there were only 2 players staying in their construction 7-9. So here we go, massive spray coming from No Fear. Was able to inflict a lot of damage, and yes, I was able to shut him down.
Cap continues on from the high ground, but No Fear knocked down by Mika. Okay, Sleepy is there together with them. I'm not sure if Mika can actually finish the job. Smoke will be deployed by Sky. He'll go and save his teammates. As for Yuhai, he's still stuck behind that tree. Smoke Bridge could be deployed by Mika and also Yuhai to bring Yuhai to safety. Okay, they are on a vehicle. They should be able to get away. And Sleepy will be fixing his teammate. And HORAA Esports will be back up as a full team, but they continue to look at 7-9 in case they find an opportunity.
Okay, No Fear is out and about. He is healing himself up here with the first aid kit. And we got Sleepy monitoring the situation, looking at 7-9's direction. Okay, no movement just yet. HORAA is still holding on to a great vantage point here up against 7-9. So I feel like 7-9 probably just maybe went for those warning shots. Yes, they were able to shut down a player from HORAA Esports, but are they going for a reposition or really a straight up challenge HORAA from this point on? But in the meantime, we got 1T doing a massive spray up against, again, D-Savior.
Oh, okay. D-Savior, Vikings, they always meet, irregardless of the map. Let's see who will win this one if they choose to take this fight head on. As the Vikings now, high ground against D-Savior, but no good clear shot just because of how rough this terrain is. D-Savior together. And the other team close by, the closest one is Talon, but even that is quite far. Since they spot another player across this hill. Oh, that's BTR there.
Vince picking up some information. And, oh no, great spot though coming from Patagon, shutting down Break. Now Patagon's also getting shot at by BTR. So this is going to be an exciting event here since we are about to witness a 3-way battle happen. But in the meantime, we got Natty back on the screen here with a monster truck prepping up a fight up against Vikings. We're waiting for the backup to arrive. Well, Natty, of course, holds down the fort, and we can see a back and forth trade down teams down the ground. Natty as well getting drop fed. Rollins, man, coming into play, but unfortunately getting tagged as well. But Patterson takes care of business. and it seems like they're trying to manage two teams, but unfortunately, it did not work out on their favor.
And these Avies still not able to find their footing yet. First team to be eliminated with 1 point collected by them this round. Vikings, they should be able to recover unless BTR charges onto them. But on the other side, HORAA Esports looks like they are tanking the blue around the area of La Dulera. Circle continues our shift down south where the high ground of Chumasera is at. More teams expected to climb that high ground. FaZe Clan is the team to pick up the points out of HORAA Esports. And Chopper will be able to pick up the second one against No Fear.
Alright, and here comes Sleepy right now, standing up. But unfortunately, Red Bull was prepared, and or Chopper rather was prepared. Here comes Canary, just making sure that Sleepy won't be coming back from that nightmare.
Put to sleep permanently. Well, until he comes back in the next round. Now we have DRS on screen, tanking the blue with Gente now bleeding out. They're in gate kept by two different teams in front of them. And that includes... Okay. Okay, that includes RRQ. Alright, that's RRQ actually blocking them from coming in. So they're going to make that long, big rotation. They can still take the down south into the circle at least. But here is RRQ from the outer side circle coming in. CelcomDigi Alliance is on the inner side of the circle. They see a chance to block teams and also pick up points for themselves.
This can also go like a 3-8 battle since DRS is also pretty close to where CelcomDigi Alliance, but CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, cannot really say if this is such a great spot considering that they're in between DRS and RRQ, and we just know that you know, both the teams can be perfect with their aim, but then again, there's also a slight advantage onto Celcom just because of the fact that they could potentially, of course, stand guard up against RQ here. They're going to really make it hard for them to step inside the zone, so that is their superpower at the moment. But that can they sustain it? That is still the big question. Obviously, RQ will try to find a better entry point, but then again, you know, Champions back on the screen here doing up against doing a massive spray up against BTR. Cass was able to bag 2 points now for himself. They're close to Tribe Aeromacy as well, so not exactly sure which team are they gonna go and challenge first.
Well, Champions will be challenging BTR. BTR also looking for their next pit stop. So it looks like the call for Champions is that, okay guys, get together. BTR could probably come in. So FaZe Clan, they will charge in onto Talon. Okay, they have arrived in the compound. Here comes the rest of FaZe Clan on the other side as well. Now Talon needs to manage them from two different angles, and they managed to do it so well. Up against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan trying to fall apart. And one more player to go. That's going to be Canary out. And Talon defended their ground against FaZe Clan.
Okay. Not a good turn of events for the side of FaZe, but it's still a-okay just because of the fact that they were able to at least bag 4 elimination points. Not the same though for Sen9 because they just got eliminated with no points whatsoever. So let's see what's going to happen next as we put on the spotlight onto Team Secret over here. Okay, they are holding on to a vantage point on top of that roof. We got Talon down below. Okay, I feel like we're only looking at 2 players now.
And Team Secret, they do have a full squad. And with Talon, your best friend knocked down, 1 player left. Alok in the building. Team Secret, they probably know that, okay, numbers advantage. Alok has carried. Can he do so? Sirius spraying out Alok! And they will get him. Talon failed to escape. 5 points collected this round.
Alok, stop and listen. Oh no, that did not play out right. RQ on screen, 1 point in the bag here, coming from Gen Fuzz, and here comes the attack coming from Kill Whitey from that window. He goes down. Delta will try to respond, but this is such a heavy firepower coming from RQ at the moment, and especially for the fact that Kill Whitey will be eliminated. Lapar making sure that they have the advantage here, and we got another nade being thrown up to Example over here, and has for you with a shotgun kill.
And here comes the rush in by RRQ. Looking for Delta now in this building. GenForce with this nade towards the left side. A bit of nade damage of the GenForce, but he's still fine. Now the Molly to force Delta to move. Delta still fine behind the building. Lapa will close the gap. They're on the rooftop as well. Delta was rounded by RRQ. And DRS from a chicken dinner to 12th place this time.
from the top make it drop. RRQ executing a great plan, eliminating DRS and standing strong in that compound. Here comes Vikings challenging up RRQ this time. Superman throwing some nades, adding some pressure and trying to flush them out. But coming off the kill feed, it's Rosemary coming from Alter Ego Ares. That's officially been knocked on the ground. Can he still make it? That is the question for you.
Ooh, a nade by Ifta knocks down Hans for Ryu. CelcomDigi Alliance gets a second one from Jimmy OP this time onto Nabeko. 2 left for RRQ. They're crawling towards Lapa, hoping to be saved, but CelcomDigi Alliance will send Ifta to the forefront. And now they will try to close the gap. They will try to take them up before they are revived. Olio with his own nade. Having cooked up, sent on to the other side. Not hitting his target, but that's fine. It still puts pressure on the RRQ.
Ooh, boom, right onto the face there. As for you, getting knocked down. Same thing goes for Alva. K-Look as well. It's a total domination coming from Champions Esports. And the same goes for RRQ. And now we're looking at Genfus healing himself up. Sky from HORAA Esports getting knocked down, coming off the kill feed. Alter Ego Ares getting deleted from the game with only 1 point. And now followed by HORAA with only 9 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. On the screen, it is still CelcomDigi Alliance versus RRQ.
Oh, and here comes the gunshot onto Lapa. CelcomDigi Alliance, they want to finish up this job. Kasim goes in, Kasim gets knocked down with the CVS. And looks like RRQ still eliminated thanks to Olio that came in from the side.
It's not a party if no one's going crazy, and Yolo with that massive spray shutting down Olio. We've got also a team dominating. That would be Vikings, ladies and gents. And now we're looking at a Tony K. Vampire keeping a close eye onto VOIN Donkey that will be coming from that hilltop. From the kill feed, there's 2 players now that got picked up from CelcomDigi Alliance, and that was the end of the line for them. 7 teams remaining. Again, Tony K back on the screen here, paying close attention to VOIN Donkey that is just right across of him.
Vampire Esports by the edge of the circle. The next opponent is going to be VOIN Donkey. Now Tony K, who's starting in alone for now. He needs backup. Got this information. Now the rest of Vampire Esports, they're coming in. Just keep an eye on the minimap. But Tony K release his bullets. VOIN Donkey, now they have an idea that Tony K is around this area. He's got Gato exposed himself, 50% of health. Tony K failed to get the knock.
Alright, here we go. Tony K making a move here. Going in for the massive spray. His vest and his helmet is already damaged, but it's still pretty doable at this point. Tony K receiving some nade coming from VOIN Donkey as a way to respond. But VOIN Donkey, okay, trying to test out the situation here. Miala taking the high ground as well, trying to pick up some information from Tony K. But you know what? Gakori's picking up a nade here. Potato's just right behind him, but they couldn't find an angle. But hey, Zeta says hello to Newsy.
Oh, the support player down. Now no off-angle guy. The rest of VOIN Donkey, they're trying to get a good angle against Tony K, but they can't move forward because Champions Esports is also above them. Something that they need to consider. Now Tony K moves forward. Gato, he definitely saw that one. Cannot find an angle again just because of Champions Esports.
Alright, kill feed now. Lighting up. Eliminated on the screen. That was Bigetron by Vitality, putting up a total of 1 elimination point. So again, not a very good round per se for the side of Bigetron, or at least not the usual gameplay and firepower coming from the Indonesian team. But the fight continues on as Vampire Esports slightly repositioning themselves and going to an even higher ground up against the opposition. Secret as well. We've got Frankie over here taking in some shots up against Tony K, but wasn't able to put him down. But you know what? Schweppes was able to drop him.
And here is Zerus against Tony K 1v1, rushing in forward. Zerus takes a lot of damage, and Tony K with the CBS will not miss his target. He will finish off the 2 members of Team Secret, scoring the points out of them. Looking for more right now. Vampire Esports circling around. We got Frankie here, knocked down only from Jimmy, the final player of Team Secret, and they know exactly where he is. All in focus on the truck, Zen, and Vampire Esports will be the one to stand tall.
Ooh, and they also have a chance to pick up their teammate, Schweppes. Okay. Oh man, their fingers are heavy on the trigger, I can say. They are winning fights, which is of course what we love to see coming from the likes of Vampire Esports. Champion! Okay, I'd like to welcome them back, of course, to what would be a major gameplay. If they can pull off a chicken dinner, since they are at the top here as the team that could most likely get the WWCD, well, that could, of course, improve their status in the overall ranking. So let's see how the story is gonna unravel for each and every one of us. Superman with a massive straight up against Zeta and shutting him down instantly.
Top 5 teams now. Any one of them could score the chicken dinner. Could be anyone's game. Vampire Esports, Champions Esports, VOIN Donkey, Aeromacy, or Vikings. So this is an important round for both Champions Esports and Aeromacy because they want to get out of cage number 2. Especially Champions Esports doesn't want to be at number 16. Now just Joe moving out by Mela the moment he shows up. Vampire Esports, they are still running, getting against anyone they see in front. Next target is going to be Razak.
Okay, here we go. Yola just doing the molly there, forcing out this play coming from VOIN Donkey. Now Yola going in for the reposition. Potato still knocked down on the ground. But you know what? The fight is not over just yet. And Potato, Superman was able to catch that point. But VOIN Donkey still trying to respond with a counter. But unfortunately, with that shotgun, Miala was able to bag that point. And VOIN Donkey wasn't able to set out any numbers at all.
No numbers at all? Wow. Okay. But at least they made their way into the top 5. But now top 4 for the chicken dinner. As Aeromacy and Champions Esports still in this game, but Vampire Esports, they've been very active across the map. Look at Superman. 8 elimination points by himself? Okay, this guy's on the roll.
Okay, maybe it's because of the fact that in Miramar, it's always bright and shiny and sunny, right? Because that's where Superman actually gets all the power, right? If he exposes himself in the sunlight, then he gets recharged. Perhaps that is the reason why he was able to bag elimination points, 8 elimination points all by himself. So he is in a superhero mode. But can he sustain it? Okay, there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players looking at his direction, looking to shut him down as well, but Break providing a little bit of support up against Vampire Esports. Can they make it out alive?
Right now, it's all about winning fights to stay alive for all of them. Okay, everyone's resetting, taking time to loot, getting their utilities up. Aeromacy and Champions Esports, the 2 teams on page number 2 now going to face off against each other with the advantage given towards Champions Esports as they have this high ground. By this Aeromacy, they are in the circle right now. They send QYX977 in front. Get further information on where exactly the members of Champions are at.
Alright, here goes. This is the situation. Aeromacy obviously is at a deficit just because of the fact that they only have 3 members here going up against a full squad, which is of course Champions. Cass is closer to the edge of the zone here. We got Kino moving in for the charge here. He got pretty close to where XYZ, but he did not go for a spray or whatsoever, even getting off of the vehicle there. Cass getting down, or shut down by QX977. Aeromacy down to their last active member. Atomic goes in for the kill, and that was it. Aeromacy out with 4 points in the bag.
Oh, Atomic with an explosive performance there to finish them off. Now it's between Vampire Esports, Vikings, and Champions Esports. Champions Esports, they have enough time to reset. They should. Now, we also have teams that need to get into the circle as well, including Vikings. They will meet their rotation down south. They see Champions Esports above them. Now, Champions Esports, they're preparing to get in.
Oh man, and this is such a great flex, to be honest, coming from the side of Vikings, just because of the fact that, you know, the tandem is actually working. Break and Superman, this duo is just trying to make a statement so far. Being in the top 3, even though they're at a disadvantage here compared to the other teams remaining. I mean, it's a 4v4 v2.
But here comes the spray. Right by Atomic. Trying to get this target. But still, Atomic, he has to move forward. He's on the outside of the circle. The Pubg will be chasing him down. As for Tony K, they see Champions Esports. Looks like they want to take that preemptive approach against Champions Esports. Tony K cooking up this nade. This could be a big nade here by Tony K. Tony K is alone. He receives damage as well. Schwabs will protect Tony K by knocking out Atomic.
Competition is tighter, ladies and gents. Bowser kicking up a nade up against Tony K. But oh man, it's still not enough. So there's a need for him to follow through with the attack, because Tony K is low in HP here, so he doesn't have any chance to heal himself up. He's cooking up a nade, but you know what? Kino goes down. That was the big response coming from Tony K, and here comes the back of Schweppes. Newsy is here to assist Tony K.
And that's the response that they want. Now there's an opening for them to charge forward. Urkas shows himself, will be gunned down by Schweppes. It's going to be Bauja right now for Champions Esports against Vampire Esports. Someone have an idea where he's at. Newsy will want to finish up Urkas to pick up this point. Even burn him down. Okay, here comes Brick as well. Brick. Now Vikings. They want to take part of this fight. Newsy charges in with the M4. And Newsy now 1v1 against Brick. Brick very low, but Brick fights back.
Man, that was a great shot. Putting Newsy down on the ground here, but can Brick still manage to sustain all of the hits coming from Tony K? No, sir. Vikings is now eliminated. Champions Esports down to their last player. Now, Bauja, of course, defending himself, but you know what? At the end of the match, it is the Vampire Esports that was able to take the win and 7 elimination points in the pocket.
Wow, with Vampire Esports scoring this chicken dinner, there is a possibility that they might overtake Talon for the #1 spot. So active by Vampire Esports this round. They were just going across the map. Whoever that they see in front of them, they will take the fight. They will want to get the points for themselves. Vampire Esports still on the roll. And they've been playing the same lineup for the most part of this season. Yes, they do swap in some players, but this seems to be arguably the most solid lineup that they have. I mean, just look at this lineup. Lots of firepower in them. Tony K, you got Schwabs, you got Newsy, and then you have Miller. This is a high fragging team.
You're absolutely right, Sir Clouds. And it's shaping up to be a great set of matches for today. At least we already know which of the 16 teams is eager enough to finish strong in the grand final. So far, you know, those teams that are really bagging the chicken dinner, showing us great consistency, definitely Vampire Esports is one of them. 13 points in the bag for eliminations. Oh man, that is a lot.
Absolutely, right? There is a chance that they're #1 with this amount of eliminations. But look at the damage output by Tony K, more than 1,000 by himself. I mean, we always see him playing at the front, and of course, he is the best player to be deployed in the front. His mechanical skills are the best, if not the best in the world. So putting it in front, dealing the damage, and then the rest follow up to finish opponents off, bringing in the points for their team, just like how he did towards the end. He gets that nade, opens up the fight, and then everyone comes in. So that's how they deploy Tony K from how we see this round.
Tony K definitely showed up, you know, for this round, I can say. Same thing goes for Miaula. You know, but at the end, of course, we always have to consider everyone's effort in the game. You know, it's the teamwork that makes the dream work all the time, especially in battle royales. And we can see that other teams also perform great. Aside from Vampire, we got Vikings as well, Champions Esports, and Tribe Aeromacy.
Yeah, coming up as the teams to watch. So among these teams, we did talk about them, Champions Esports and Tribe Aeromacy. Very important for them to collect points. And with Champions Esports being in the top 2 and also top 3 teams to watch here, they might have ejected themselves from the #16 spot. But we compare Vampire Esports and Champions Esports. Of course, the points are very different. Just because Vampire Esports scored 13 and Champions Esports scored 7, which is not bad as well. Damage output, of course, will be Vampire Esports because they are 13 eliminations, and of course their heals as well, just because of how active they are across the map. MVP, however, will not come from either of these two teams. It came from Vikings Superman, 9 eliminations by himself.
Yes, Superman stealing the show here with 9 elimination points. It is great because we've seen him play. We always see him really try to always find a way, find those angles for the team, for himself, and just really, really digesting and processing the information that he gets in the battlefield and actually executing a great plan, which is working out so far, for the rest of Viking Esports. We also have 20K and Schweppes here from Vampire coming in at 2 and 3 as the top performers. And of course, we've got, okay, Zhou. Why did you have to change your name? I see you. 3 points in the bag for this guy. 75% team contribution. We've got Zhou coming from Tribe Aeromacy.
They just want to do that, right? Every off-season tournament, just put in names that's so hard for us to pronounce, and it's actually that guy. Oh well, not the first time. Vampire Esports, also not the first time they scored chicken dinner. 23 points locked in. Vikings, 14 points. Champions Esports, 13 points. Great performance by these teams from page number 2. But on the other end, however, DRS Gaming, after scoring their chicken dinner from the previous round, this round, no points for them. And here are some of the stats before we go on to the overalls. 4 airdrops looted. This is almost like a maximum that you can get in a round.
Yes, so everyone was feeling a little confident today, I guess, or at least for this round. And 11 total headshots. Okay, that is an average number that I always see on the stats here. Let's check it out if that can still go higher. But speaking of getting higher, oh man, Vampire Esports also stole the show by being at the top spot here with a 2-point lead against Talon Esports with 4 chicken dinners. Alter Ego Errors coming in at 3rd phase. CelcomDigi Alliance at number 5 here. VOIN Donkey moved up 1 rank. Okay, welcome back to the first page with 87 points.
Oh, despite a good run by Champions Esports, but they're still at number 16. But now they only have 1 point, a 1 point gap against number 15, D Xavier. Wait, D Xavier? Now number 15? Are you kidding me? The powerhouse team of Vietnam now number 15. What? They have been having a lot of off days. Not even off games, off days.
But it's good news though for the fans of Team Secret, Tribe Aeromacy, and even Vikings, because everyone that we just mentioned actually moved up a couple of ranks, which is perfect for the team. And yes, you know what? We're not also used to the fact that DRS is right down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. So what will they do about it? We will find it out soon. Just don't go away because we'll be taking a very, 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 very short break.
here comes the second half, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. We're still here with you. My name is Cloud, together with Red Queen in her home again today. So, Red Queen, what do you make of today so far on the first half?
What can we say about the first half? Well, same names, I can say. That's been really consistent, especially with the players gunning for the MVP title, and also for teams who is trying to maintain their position. Okay, so most of the teams probably not being able to secure a chicken dinner, but they're consistent in elimination points, so that is really helping them out. Just like what we said, it's the placement points. It's the one really that gives up that, like big numbers onto the board. And what keeps you, of course, participating in the race, or what keeps you in the race, would be the elimination points that you're able to set in the games.
Yeah, the elimination points will definitely be important. And that's why, like, teams like Vampire Esports, what we saw earlier, is that they just go around the map. Whoever they see, they take fights, and they win all their fights. Obviously, that's why they scored the chicken dinner, and they bring in a healthy amount of elimination points. Coming into the second half, we're gonna start off with ERANGEL again. So now with the Vampire Esports at the top spot, I'm sure Talon, they're not happy with that.
Even Alter Ego, I feel. But again, with all of the drama that's been happening so far, with the late gameplays, with those teams that are snatching the top spot, I do wonder if those podium again, those teams at a podium will really give their everything to make sure that they create that gap that we always talk about, in terms of like setting the points in the leaderboard. But let's see if these teams that you can see on the screen can sustain that firepower, that aggressive play, and of course the consistency as well here in ERANGEL.
Well, we have Talon, Ruthless, Alter Ego, and 7-9 as our top ERANGEL performers. Something for us to refer to, as usual, we'll need to go back to the prediction board. And here we are again, Red Queen.
I don't know
9 more games to go.
I don't know anymore, but I'm locking in Alter Ego Eris for this.
Okay, time for me to bring back the team that wants back their throne. Talon, let's go.
Fair enough. Okay. Let's see production. Which team are you gonna go for?
Okay.
Oh,
Aeromacy. Ooh, okay. I mean, they did put up a good performance, but okay. Well, it's all right. So production's randomly giving me BTR. I'll take that too. I'll take that. I'll take BTR. Okay, that's fine. It could be a sign,
Could be a sign. Maybe they're giving you a point. Maybe they're giving you a point, just like what happened the other day.
Yeah, just like how we gave production that day.
Exactly. But you know what, ladies and gents, would love for you to join this game as well. Please let us know if you are supporting a team down there in the comment section. And also, if you are enjoying the game, you feel like, hey, these two casters are really giving, like colors to what is happening inside the battlefield, hey, we would appreciate if you could, of course, show us some love and support by going to our social media platforms. We got Instagram, Facebook, we got YouTube and TikTok. It's at Red Queen Andy and at CelcomDigi. We have it all spelled out for you, so it's easy. You just have to type it in the search box, and our accounts will definitely show up.
Yeah, we're very easy people to find. So head on to your favorite social media platforms, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, TikTok. Yeah, we're basically everywhere, so you can pretty much search the same name down here. And also don't forget to follow Ruthless Esports as well for future updates of their tournament, because we always have this every off season. So if you want to know exactly when, who are the teams that will be participating, follow the social medias of Ruthless Esports. And of course, now that you're watching this on YouTube, obviously on the channel of Ruthless Esports, don't forget to click that subscribe button as well, because we could use a lot more subscribers in hopes that one day we get that offline event.
Oh man, yeah. Like follow them now. I mean, that's not exactly how he sounds, but close enough. I tried my best, okay? So, again, yeah, do give Ruthless Esports, of course, a follow, hit that subscription button, and make sure that you don't go missing out on the party, because, hey, this is where we all love to be, right? The highly anticipated, of course, off-season tournament brought to you by Ruthless Esports. You know what, Sir Cloud? I even saw just, during the previous match, we went as high as 18 or even, 24,000 viewers.
Wow. 24,000?
Yes.
You guys are insane. 24,000. Shout out to the 24,000 plus people who are watching this live right now. We wouldn't be here without you guys. You guys are amazing, I tell you. And if any one of you happen to not click that subscribe button, don't forget to do that. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. Might as well. It's the best way to support the show. And of course, to follow us as well, because that's the best way to support your classes.
24 carats in the air. Just kidding. But yeah. What Sir Cloud said, we're very grateful to always getting invited, to CASA tournaments, and you guys performing, the community engaging in the comment section. We love our conversation, which brings me to the fact that we've done this before, and I hope we can get it back. We're in Ruthless Esports. They pick questions from the people, flash it on the screen, and put us on the spot to answer them. So that's what I miss, that kind of engagement we're in. We get to talk to everyone.
Oh, I agree. That's a cool feature. There. So I don't know whether we can get that in the last day tomorrow. If not, maybe the following season. But that's a cool feature. And we do appreciate your comments as well. If you guys have been following at least since the last Clash of Giants, you know what we're talking about. You just comment in, obviously, the comment section, and our admins will pick some of the best comments around and feature that, and we'll react to it. So yeah, hopefully we get that back. I do like reading those comments, though. Some of them are very, very creative.
Yes. And that's actually where we are getting some whispers, right? Like, ooh, Badger is actually Rosemary, and Ken is actually Federalis before, like Ken maybe the coach and something like that. We get the tea from you. Nah, just kidding. Yeah, but hey, we'd love to know what's going on inside the community, or like which of the underdogs, or perhaps there's a new player that we need to watch out for. Perhaps something very exciting is about to happen. We'd love to know about that. So do engage down in the comment section, because again, we'd love for you to join us here. But yes, halfway through day number 3 here, and we do have a lot of questions in mind, whether or not HORAA Esports will be like having an explosive gameplay. Is Alter Ego Ares still in the mood to gun for the top spot? We got Talon, of course. Are they on their way to reclaim the throne? Those questions in mind that needs to be answered by getting through this match.
Yeah, and speaking about this match, so ERANGEL is going to be next as we count out the timer. A refresher about ERANGEL, Yasnaya between Talon and HORAA Esports. The first ERANGEL today, Talon eliminated HORAA Esports fairly quickly. Let's see if HORAA Esports will be able to seek revenge inside of Yasnaya. It might depend on the fly path as well, or it might not. Just keep an eye on Yasnaya. Let's head on to ERANGEL.
Man, and you guys love this map, because how can you even call yourself a legitimate PUBG player if you haven't set foot in ERANGEL? I was about to say ERANGEL. So again, day number 3, match number 16, second ERANGEL of this evening. Are we going to see some alterations? Are we going to see some mix-ups? Are we going to see a different drop clash to happen? Those are just some of the expectations coming into this match. But of course, with the most elimination points, we've got Tony K
back on the screen here. It's a tug of war basically happening between Rosemary and Tony K.
Yeah, and more Vampire Esports names are actually coming up in our stats here. But Rosemary is still leading some of them. But look at the difference between Rosemary and also Tony K for highest damage. It's very, very close. This round, that could change. Right, since the flight path does fly above Yasnaya, and both teams are dropping there, we could see an early fight in Yasnaya. Same two teams, Talon Esports and HORAA Esports, for another bracket right inside Yasnaya.
Same fight down in Yasnaya. Who will be saying Yasnaya win? Is it going to be Talon or is it going to be HORAA Esports? So far, so good for both of the teams here. I mean, we did see someone do a massive spray, but, well, obviously no one has been taken down just yet. But in terms of, like, information gameplay, at least with that spray, allocation had already been compromised. But then again, we've already gone through Yasnaya and ERANGEL a lot of times already, so they already know that, hey, a drop clash definitely will commence.
And BTR looks like they're busy themselves. Right? We got Boxy here alone. And it's Vampire Esports in Rozok. You see one player? Again, Vampire Esports, they're not a team that likes to let go of opportunities. And I'm sure they want to take this elimination point. Probably the first blood.
Okay. Miala taking his time, trying to pick up some info here. Okay, Vampire's getting into the play. We got Vox defending himself with that spray with a Talon gun. Now goes in for the charge. Again, coming off from the rooftop down onto the ground, effectively bagging a point for himself.
Newsy from the rooftop. Now he has to deal with two players from BTR. Make that three. That's hunting on the Newsy. Looks like the counter came in by BTR. This is teamwork that made the dream work. Countering back on the two players of Vampire Esports, and they have to make a runaway.
A stake through the heart once again. Coming from Vampire Esports, they just lost their two comrades, Miala and Newsy. But we'll see them later on in the next match. Don't you guys worry. But as for HORAA Esports, okay, moments ago we saw No Fear actually went for a little bit of spray up against Talon Esports, but Talon was able to answer back, and this time getting a point for themselves. So HORAA down to 3 members.
HORAA down to 3. So again, Talon, they have the advantage against HORAA. Just take note that they won against HORAA in the first ERANGEL match. And Excel now putting that vehicle out of commission. So HORAA Esports, they cannot escape. So they want to trap HORAA Esports inside of Yasnaya. And of course for Talon, their objective is to gain those points because they want to overtake Vampire. And now we have BTR at the area of school. They chased down the 2 members of Vampire till here.
Yep, you're not escaping us. Tony K by the corner with a double barrel shotgun, just waiting to of course, eliminate their enemies, but unfortunately, I think he already lost his element of surprise here, and Hans just making sure that, okay, I'm bagging the point here. And now here comes the attack from Bigetron for the final player of Vampire.
And Schweppes gets one, but the follow-up came by Voxy. Straightforward elimination from a chicken dinner to no points this round. Vampire Esports risk losing the throne.
Schweppes has been swept off. Oh no. Alright, but this is the current position, ladies and gents. We got Bigetron again claiming the middle part of the zone, which is absolutely perfect for them. That only goes to show how confident they are when it comes to their high level skill. They could, of course, defend themselves, you know, to any teams that would even try to challenge them. That is the statement right there. They're not afraid to get into the middle of all of the fights here. But as for the other teams, okay, we've got a lot of numbers, right? Coming from down south, we got CelcomDigi Alliance, DRS, Champion Esports all together within proximity here. RQ, Drop and Novo. So I feel like them and FaZe Clan will have an altercation, and Sem9 is staying at the the far end of the bridge in the main peninsula to maybe do some bridge camping up against FaZe should they decide to actually pass through that direction.
Yeah, so a bridge camp could happen. Probably just a matter of time, unless they choose to move away. But the bridge campers, yeah, they could do that. They could stay there just because of how the circle is. This is a nice and centered circle in the map. So that will cover the part where bridge campers would normally take their position at. DRS. Still at Milta, being chilling. But it's a really kind circle. So that's why a lot of these teams are like, okay, yeah, most of us start in the circle so we can kind of take our time. BTR's in the middle, so we can expect them to chill there for maybe till the later stages, maybe even like stage like 6 or 7, that they probably don't need to move. But of course, it depends on how the circle will bounce. We cannot deny the fact that there's a chance that there could be a hard shift circle that will force teams like even BTR that thought that they had the middle of the circle to move out, perhaps at stage 3 or 4.
It's the calm before the storm, so to speak. Yeah, teams right now is just doing some information gameplay, just checking. Okay, every step that they need to do in, like in each probability that will happen along the way. But Alter Ego, I'm checking where they are exactly. Okay, they are a little west of Mansion. I don't think any teams would creep up from behind, so they just need to focus on those teams that are actually in front of them, and that would be Talon and maybe Champions Esports as well. But a team like Tribe Aeromacy might be passing through Utaya and probably go up against Alter Ego Airs, but of course those are just like anticipation and prediction and how things are going to go down here. But so far, we are not seeing any team go for the push just yet. Everyone is pretty quiet, but as for RQ coming from the south side, they might say hello though to DRS.
I noticed Alter Ego subbed in a new player that we haven't seen, using the IGN of Moana.
Moana?
Yeah, isn't that like a cartoon character or something?
Yeah, Moana of Tawiti. Oh gosh, I forgot. Yeah, but he's the girl who was with a demigod now, with Maui as well. Forgot. Yeah, the beach. Moana. It's entitled as Moana. So I don't know if you guys watched that film, but it does talk about people who loves to travel by boat.
Oh,
Who loves the sea.
so
The
they
sea
love to
people.
ski by sea?
Yeah, they like to go places, jumping from one island to another through the sea. So at some point in their life, they got too comfortable, staying in the island, but then something happened and they got forced to actually explore. And Moana, it was up to her to find a solution for the whole tribe to actually survive. So that is a good one. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but you should check it out.
Okay, I personally have not seen it yet, so okay, that's a good summary of it. Sounds really interesting. I remember it being in the movies when it was released. It was a movie cartoon. I'm not sure how to get it right now, but yeah, I guess you can search for regular streaming services. Catch up on that. Since
You should.
nice to know the lore of Moana. Now that we have Alter Ego Moana, whoever that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a
But-
theme to Moana?
Huh?
Is there a theme song to Moana?
Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. It comes to me. No one knows how far I go. Something like that.
Oh,
Sorry.
that one. Okay.
Yes. I forgot the lyrics, but you guys can always stream it and look for it. But yeah, it's a nice song. It resonates. I feel like there's a lot of us, especially from Asia, would of course relate to the song and probably love it just because we are so close to the ocean, right? And we love the ocean, at least most of us.
Well, where I'm at, quite far from the ocean. Yeah, somewhere in the middle of the peninsula. So, yeah. Whenever I see the ocean, it's like, oh wow, it's like a new discovery for me. It's like, oh, this is how the ocean looks like. I thought it's crystal clear, blue. But yeah, that sometimes happens only in movies.
So you're saying that you're not really a beach person.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't get that much opportunities because the beach is actually quite far from where I am. If you want to go to the nearest beach, it's probably like, 2-hour drive.
2-hour drive.
Yeah.
City. Okay.
And even that is port, so yeah, no big reason to go there. But big reason for BTR to defend school against Team Secret right now. Until will secure that point. BTR, 5 eliminations now. Mala big. See damage from the nade. And Team Secret looking for their next target.
Oh!
From the other room, but Mala big will knock down Zerus. Drugs in will be cut down as well. And Team Secret, what's like to play to go? It's going to be Frankie on the second floor.
We got BTR shutting down the classes. Okay. No class today, no professors. BTR making sure that they win this fight up against Team Secret because they are picking them one by one. Here comes Malak Big right now, forcing his way in. Let's see if he can actually get the job done. Okay, was able to bag another point there. Balja goes out, coming off the Cupid. It's Lamborghini as well. Confirmation coming through up against Champions Esports. And now he's out of the game. But of course, we're not gonna leave what is happening between BTR and Team Secret right now because, well, two of the players, Spectralis and Boss, already out of the game here. Malak Big finds himself facing the floor, but it's a good thing that Hans was there to support him and back him up.
Ooh, but we have a casualty on the BTR now. VOIN Donkey will take advantage of the situation. They will secure that the elimination point of Alam Big now. It's only Hansel again being the last player for BTR, now being hunted down by VOIN Donkey, and they finally found him on the other side of the schoolyard, and Razak will say thank you for the point.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say thank you for the music.
Oh.
Okay. Getting back into the action. Getting back into the action here, ladies and gents. Mika, despite having a very low HP, I mean, he was bold enough to step outside of the house and throw that nade. Okay, that was a pretty cool move, but let's see what is going to happen as now we switch our attention back to Firen over here of Sim9, their complete squad. Obviously, they would love to have the high ground advantage to use up against their enemies on the field. We got Firen doing a massive spray up against another player here, but connection not coming through.
And Sim9, they will take their own spots on the north side of Pachinki. Okay, looks like they will be all 4 here. Oh, 2 players here. Or the other 2 players at the abandoned church on the other side of town. At one point, definitely will be in the pocket of Sim9. Just a matter of time now while they scout out for the remaining members of their opponents around the area. But nobody's recommitting to save their teammate, so hostage help, that's cool. But finally, he will have to bleed out, and VOIN T-Spawn will go to Firen.
Let's see what is going to happen next as all the teams here, of course, just really gearing up and just looking out the windows, of course, anticipating any attack from their opponents so far. For Vikings, man, it'll be hard to defend just because of the fact that we only are looking at 2 players here. As for Alter Ego Eras, it's the same thing, you know, they're just really checking out teams from all directions. We got a Krypton, of course, just doing a little bit of that scouting to gather information. But as for FaZe, okay, this is a confirmed info since Red Bull just opened fire up against Hans for You of REQ.
And here is FaZe Clan. Very well spread out, so it looks like they want to stem a bit more dominance and also open up a bit more space at the stage. Imagine the stage 2. Actually, we only have 12 players left, so 12 teams left. So 4 teams have been eliminated across the board. Vampire Esports, BTR, Team Secret, and also D-Xavier, who, surprise, surprise, now that the fact that they have been eliminated this early, potentially they will be pushed down, or they actually have been pushed down to number 16 because Champions Esports scored 4 points.
That is right. We don't exactly know what goes inside the war room. Perhaps this could be part of an even bigger gameplay. They don't want to expose their aces, perhaps. You know, they don't want to show teams how aggressive they can be in the matches. So let's wait if just in case D Savior has a plan of having that late surge that we always talk about, because D Savior is famous for that when it comes to Ruthless. I mean, they don't really perform during the like matches, the first few matches. They kind of pop off when it just like when really they would want to climb up some ranks. So yeah, I mean, D Saver, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for them to move up. But the question is, when are they gonna start racking up those numbers?
They're worried that there will not be enough games for them, right? Because this is like what, this round itself, it's 9 more games, and the fact that D Saver is out, so they themselves have 8 more games, and they have a 60-point gap with Vampire Esports now. 60 points is about a day's worth of 6 games points that you perform well. So I don't know if they can catch the number 1 because the gap is just too far unless they become super duper explosive.
Okay. Circle landed a little south. The map here. We got a majority of Pachinki actually getting included in the zone. That would be, of course, on the west side. Tribe Aeromacy is the only team that is still will be coming from the outskirts. I can see a clear entry point for Tribe Aeromacy, even if they step inside Pachinki area, but I feel like they're going to avoid that. I think they're going to head south, probably, judging by like how they are traveling at this point. But anyway, Sim9, 2 points in the bag, and they're close with CelcomDigi Alliance. So I do wonder if a fight will ensue. But yes, we do hear some gunshots, and that's what we like. It's a confirmation, of course, that there is an altercation about to happen on the screen. Champions, I think, would be the team challenging up not only Sim9, but maybe CelcomDigi Alliance as well.
No challenge, it seems. Maybe because, like, again, it's a kind circle, so a lot of these teams have tons of space to play with. Even if they see one team, they'll be like, okay, we can still rotate elsewhere. Like what we saw earlier is just rotate all the way up because you have that space. Unless we're talking about like maybe stage 5, then okay, the space is scarce, all the teams are close. Wherever you rotate, you see other teams. That's where you'll be forced to take fights. But if we look at what's happening right now, they can just still move away. Well, RRQ, they need to protect their vehicle. Their hovercraft here is taking damage. Nabreko somehow is still inside there, and yeah, he has to abandon that one. I wonder where that one came from. But looking at VOIN Donkey now, all right, they're looking down onto champions. They are anticipating to maybe get into this warehouse where Atomic is at. But it's only Razak. His other teammates moved away. So it looks like they decided to not take this fight and get into the circle first.
Okay. Obviously, they're taking their time. All 12 teams, I can say. Nobody wants to make any rush decisions at this point. I mean, we are at second to the last day, so understandable that teams would like to take it slow. But for the circle, okay, it went back to the middle. And CelcomDigi Alliance right now staying on the northern side could potentially clash with champions, maybe even Sim9, VOIN Donkey, and HORAA Esports. But then again, DRS could try to clean it up because they are also hanging out on the northern side, right at the edge. So let's check out if those fights will happen anytime soon. But as for those teams coming from south, it will be Tribe, FaZe, Alter Ego Eras will be coming from the east. So yeah, the closest team that they could have a conflict with would be RRQ.
Yeah, and speaking about conflict, you called it, RRQ conflicting with Talon. And Gen Force will get another knockdown, this time on the boys' Jill. 2 from Talon on their knees. Jill trying to save his teammate, goes up to the second floor. The hit marker did work for Gen Force, but the rest of RRQ, they're charging in. They know that they managed to get 2 knockdowns. This is their chance to finish some Talon before they're able to lick their wounds as Untitled will jump in with the shotgun to get that one knock onto your best friend. 1 more to go. should be able to finish things off unless a miracle can happen. Ayok still fighting back, still able to take out La Bar.
They've got their pay coach shutting down Voice Hill. Tricks coming from Tribe, shutting down Member coming from RQ. Genfas as well. Getting sent back to the lobby here. It's just Nerpeco defending the rest of RQ, but you know what? He's picking up his teammate here because, well, there's a little bit of time and they do need all the firepower to survive this round, especially now that they are at a deficit here. They're having an exchange up against FaZe and even another team right up behind them. So I feel like there's also alter ego errors. Yes, sir. Confirmation is right. Rosemary right behind that bolter over there and trying to get lucky with the shot. So it's a three-way battle happening. Also, there's a fight up north. CelcomDigi Alliance and HORAA Esports.
Okay, now we're going to zoom in onto that around the area of Potato Hill. HORAA Esports, they're not a team that shies away from a fight. CelcomDigi Alliance to defend their spot against them. Jinyoku shooting from the back, but No Fear gets away to safety. And looks like Razak. Okay, Razak got Palja, but it's actually Zeta for VOIN Donkey knocking down Jimmy OP.
Okay, here we go. Celcom might be picking up their momentum, but VOIN Donkey right now ready to challenge them. Let's see if VOIN Donkey can actually survive this fight up against Celcom. I mean, one of their players currently knocked down as well. So perhaps, you know, we got VOIN Donkey trying to keep them at bay for now, trying to buy some time while the rest of the team recuperate in this situation. And CelcomDigi Alliance have been popping off those smokes here because there's plenty of teams in front of them and they would love, of course, to not give away their exact location.
CelcomDigi Alliance, 2 players currently down. Olio and Nifta still in the game. Now they are fighting against VOIN Donkey, charging onto them. This area is not in the circle. We still have Champions Esports coming in as well. 3 different teams around this area. I guess they got bored of waiting and now they want a little bit of action. Olio is the final active player now for CelcomDigi Alliance. HORAA Esports did not make it. Number 12, 2 elimination points for them as VOIN Donkey is dominating, holding 6 elimination points now.
Man, okay, here we go. Now we're talking. I mean, we've been waiting for the teams to find each other, and now we're having that. Okay, there's at least 3 teams that just got eliminated here, coming from the screen. Oh my goodness, and continues on. 8 teams right now, and we're looking at VOIN Donkey versus Champions Esports. We got Kino doing a spray here. Could he put down another play from VOIN Donkey? Oh, but it's a hit and run. Kino down on the floor.
Oh, and look at VOIN Donkey. The blue is onto them as well. Champions Esports, 1 active player. We shift forward to the right side of the circle where FaZe Clan is going up against Alter Ego and Shopper. He got Rick. Okay, that's another fight elsewhere. Looks like FaZe Clan, they're managing 2 different teams. Macari's down, and we can see here on screen right behind him. It's going to be Alter Ego. Now, the other members of FaZe Clan going up against Aeromacy, but we're back onto the Potato Hill fight here with Urkas. Blue onto him. Time to go.
Oh man, here we go. Back and forth trade. FaZe Clan getting some damage as well. Coming off the kill feed, it's Dave Bot of Alter Ego Eras. Dropped as well. Talon Esports is being monitored by FaZe Clan here. 4 points in the bag now for Thailand's team. And now Shopper just keeping a close eye onto Ayok and Axel, but couldn't find Enrico. So he puts his attention onto DRS instead.
And circle will close as well. So all teams anticipating the circle. Looks like Aeromacy has the circle. Talon not too far away from it. Here comes DRS on the northern side. The moment they appear, and then the team gets eliminated. And they're now targeting on the Champions Esports. Urkas will be out.
Oh man, Cast, well, there's still a chance to get picked up. No, forget I said anything because Delta says, nope, no coming back from that. 16th remaining. Delta with a high ground advantage. Kino receiving some damage. Atomic coming through. Let's see if they can counter DRS Gaming from this angle. No, sir. Atomic did not even have a chance to defend himself. I mean, the moment they stepped inside the house, well, he got knocked down hard by Delta.
And now Tins, with his need to greet Champions Esports. And sit across. Will he knock down anyone? Looks like not yet. And Tins' second attempt. Alright, his teammate is going to cut the left side. At least Champions Esports, they have this compound. Aeromacy, they have the circle, which is an even bigger value. DRS on the north at the Potato Hill. Now looking down onto FaZe Clan, but they don't have the circle. Killer YT will need to join his other teammates by the rim of the circle right now.
DRS going for the zone control. Delta trying to get to position here, but getting in the middle wouldn't be the best of ideas just because we got Talon, we've got Tribe Aeromacy, FaZe Clan even looking at their direction. You know what, champions? Let's focus our attention on here because we were able to bag 10 elimination points. Now Kino receiving a lot of damage from that Molly as well, but the comment could put the nade. Could they potentially shut down Vikings at this point? I mean, currently they are a deficit here, and also the blue zone is out to get them. There's a lot of pressure, I can say, but Talon keeps on dropping, and Champion Esports also got eliminated.
And now we are down to the top 3 teams. Tribe Aeromacy, still a decent run for them. Same goes for DRS, if you kind of think about it. FaZe Clan, one active player, that's going to be Chopper. Chopper behind the 3, he does not have the circle. And as both teams, they put focus onto each other, forget about Chopper. Oh, Chopper, he sees the target. He's going to go for it. Yo, in front of him. And he will no! You didn't expect that to hit.
Oh man, good call coming from Chopper. Definitely caught him off guard here, which puts Tribe Aeromacy to only 2 players. And now a civil war between Tribe and DRS. It's a 4v2. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the veterans versus the young bloods. Tricks getting down on the floor here. XYZ, last surviving member, and this is a tsunami right here. XYZ, can you handle the pressure? Yes, sir. Was able to put down a Giante.
And who's going to get it? Could XYZ actually pull off heroics here? Or if DRS is going to score the second chicken dinner today, nade on the XYZ. And now they know exactly where he's at. XYZ in a difficult position. DRS will not let go of this chicken dinner. 2 chicken dinners today for DRS.
Woohoo! Are we gonna see 3 chicken dinners again from DRS? Looks like they're in the mood because this is actually their second dinner of the night. So it's very exciting. I'm pretty sure that you guys are also going crazy down in the comment section, probably spamming blue hearts because this is such a spectacular performance coming from the real soldiers.
Oh, absolutely right. Absolutely. The team that used to be on page number 2 at some point, now they really want to get back up. And they're showing this sort of performance with a good amount of eliminations as well, as they were pretty active during fights. I can't wait to see how many eliminations have been locked in and how far have they jumped up. Could it be number 1 or at least the podium spot for DRS perhaps? But here's the confirmation. So this time it's 7 eliminations for DRS, so 17 points collected.
Yep. Okay, so the only difference I can say probably coming off of the playoffs is the fact that HORAA has not been stepping up yet. But again, you know, we are just at day number 3. They can still turn the tide here and can still make a difference, you know, for tomorrow. But for DRS, they're slowly cementing their status in the leaderboards as one of the formidable teams here that is eager to make a statement, you know, prove themselves that, hey, you know what? We are out here to dominate, and we're giving you a sneak peek of what we can do come the official tournaments.
And they're showing a power shift as well. It's like, day 1 was Alter Ego, day 2 was Talon, and day 3, so far DRS. Besides DRS, teams to watch. So Champions Esports, okay, with this sort of performance, second place in terms of the team to watch, very sure they are no longer at number 16. Followed by FaZe Clan and Tribe Aeromacy. Also, let's not forget about Tribe Aeromacy. They've been at page number 2 for quite a while now, and this is the second time in a row that they put on a good performance. Potentially, they might slide into page 1 too.
And just look at that. For Tribe, they only use 2 nades. No mollies, but for FaZe, they use a total of 19 nades here, 3 mollies and 9 smokes. So like if we're just really comparing like a team that use a lot of throwables in the match and the team that used less throwables in the match, but they're also part of like the teams that actually performed for this round. And as for the head-to-head, okay, same points. Damage output slightly favors Kino. Assist is 3 compared to an O here, coming from Delta. Team contribution, though, Delta seems to have done more compared to Kino when it comes to team effort.
Yeah, and again, it's Champions Esports, right? They are a team with high potential. Okay, but then again, this is of course the best of the best lobby, so it might take them some time. But look at the potential by one of their players, Atomic here, as our MVP this round. An explosive performance of 8 eliminations. Only 775 damage. That means he played the role of the finisher a lot more. So great work. I mean, they're starting to show up more and more in our MVP matches or highlights if you kind of think about it.
You're absolutely right, Sir Cloud. Him
belt.
and yeah, I dropped my chopstick, but it's okay. Kino and Atomic, you know, these two guys right here come from Champion Esports, have been doing their job quite well, I can say, because both of these names, I feel like, was able to at least make their presence felt, so to speak. Delta, Shopper, these are old names, right? I mean, we always see these guys belong in those lists with like titles from inside of the matches. And speaking of matches, of course, we are going to show you that DRS did finish at the top here with 17 points in total. We got Champions Esports with 16, FaZe with 12, so 3 teams exactly finished off strong here with a double-digit number. Tribe, Aeromacy tied up with Bigetron, 8 points there. Talon Esports, we got 7. Same thing goes for VOIN Donkey. So, I mean, these are all decent numbers. And as for D-Saver and Vampire Esports, 2 big names, no points.
What are they doing there? Especially Vampire Esports, who showed a very good performance previously in Miramar, but no points this round. Well, for the other stats, 201 throwables used, this starting to be like the median around the area of 200. That's like the average. So that's pretty standard there. 1 airdrop looted, 58 total eliminations. That means somebody gave away their point to the blue, denying away points at some stage in this round. So not all points collected by whoever. What's going to be important, of course, is the overalls. Now, DRS. Top 3 perhaps? I think maybe the podium spot.
That is possible. That is possible. Let's check it out. There you go.
Oh, close.
Close. Yeah. Talon back at number 1, shutting down VPE with 126. FaZe coming in at 3rd with 110. 106 now for Alter Ego Eras, and DRS with 101. So basically, we do have 5 teams that have already crossed a triple-digit score. And as for VOIN Donkey, CelcomDigi Alliance, Sem9, still at 94, 91, and 87. But then again, the gap is still too close, so it's still anybody's ball game, to be exact.
Wow, here's a confirmation. So for champions, from number 16, they jump up to number 11 now with 81 points. Pushing D-Xavier down, taking that number 16 spot. D-Xavier, where are you guys? You know, you've been missing. It's a very different performance of D-Xavier as compared to during the playoffs. So I wonder where they are. And what makes it even more weird is that the number 16 team right now is holding a chicken dinner. You don't always get to see this sort of kind of stat here. Normally, when chicken dinner, you won't be at number 16, right?
Yeah, it's a different thing to see. I mean, D-Savior, even if they're not really performing, but we rarely see them being at the bottom of the leaderboard. So, I do wonder what is at store for us coming from D-Saver. But you know what? We will find out the moment that we come back. So don't go away, ladies and gents. We will be back after this.
Match number 17 now, ladies and gents. And of course, time flies so fast when we are definitely having fun. So, welcome back to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud. And yeah, this would be the last ERANGEL for this day. Can you believe that? I mean, we're already halfway through and we are about to wrap things up for this day.
Yeah, I know, right? It feels so fast today. One more ERANGEL and we're done with the ERANGELs, and then we'll move on to MIRAMAR. Now, DRS, today they scored 2 chicken dinners. Gunning for their third, they're currently at number 5. Top ERANGEL performers, we still have Talon, FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, and BTR. No DRS yet, but if DRS can score this one, pretty sure they'll be up here.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so Talon, FaZe, Alter Ego, and Bigetron by Vitality. Okay, and again, I have 0 on my board against 4-4. The injustice! No, I'm just kidding, guys. Where do I go? What team do I pick? Okay, I'm gonna go with FaZe. Let's phase it up!
Okay, phase up? Alright. My pipe. Okay. I'm thinking of Vampire making a comeback this round. So let's put in Vampire Esports. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, FaZe versus Vampire. Okay, HORAA Esports. Yeah.
Okay.
Even in the playoffs, they really showed strong numbers in both ERANGEL and MIRAMAR, so it's really a big question mark here why HORAA is not really performing for us. But then again, you know, the whole tournament is not over just yet, and they still do have a lot of chance to improve their stats here. So yeah, it's not too late, you know, for HORAA. But of course, we're just excited to see what they can bring into the table. Same thing goes for FaZe and Vampire here. I do wonder if who will be taking the point, you know, from casters and production team. Hey, we love to hear your thoughts about this. You know, let us know down there in the comment section which team you guys are supporting. And also would like to remind everyone to not forget to hit that subscription button and well, pay close attention to everything that is happening within the community of Ruthless. And of course, if you guys are having fun, which I can see you're nodding, yes, I am having fun. We are having fun, Red Queen and Sir Cloud. Don't forget to give us a follow, a like, and a share as well. Visit our social media platforms. You know, our names are down below at Red Queen Andy, Sir Cloud MY. Spelled it out for you, so it's easy. Type it in the search box, and of course, just hit that follow button. Let's go.
Yeah, hit the follow, hit the subscribe, hit the like, whatever platform and whatever name they use. But you know, the concept is still the same. Yeah. And don't forget about our organizers as well, Ruthless Hype Esports. If you are watching this live on YouTube but you have not hit that subscribe button, don't forget to do that so that you don't miss out on future updates, because they not only run the live, but they also are active in updating the community section in YouTube. So that's where you get all your information and also upcoming tournaments from Ruthless Hype Esports. And speaking about tournament, we are going back onto ERANGEL. This is going to be the last ERANGEL today before we head back onto MIRAMAR and we wrap the day up. The second last day in the grand finals. Keep your eye on Yasnaya, HORAA Esports versus Talon again. Let's go!
Whew, here we go. Last ERANGEL for match number 17. Who's going to be picking a fight right off the bat? Which team is going to come out swinging? Who's going to explode and just retaliate in the battlefield? Okay, those are just some of the questions we are looking forward to answer as soon as we step into the ERANGEL match here, ladies and gents. Of course, we're going to look at what the flight path is going to look like for this round. So it's southbound, obviously. And if we're going to be paying attention, of course, to the names that's popping onto the left side of the screen here, it's still Tony K at the, well, most number of the headshots Oh, not Rosemary. Okay, so we are seeing some names again getting included in the roster here, but slowly Rosemary is getting advantage up against Tony K in terms of numbers here. I think Tony K is holding on to just the number of most of eliminations and most knockouts.
Yeah, Tony K's face is starting to show up more. But if they don't perform this round, then his face might be removed. So Vampire Esports, they need to do the business. They could drop up door, but that's what they expected. Zooming onto Yasnaya, the fight between Talon and HORAA Esports. The ever nemesis between these two to be the kings of Yasnaya will continue.
Okay, here we go. Both of the teams looking to serve their revenge. Let's see who will be able to do just that. Okay, here we go. First spray, Talon getting damaged. Okay, but the good thing is, okay, they're still alive. Still time to use that first aid kit. Okay. Patch up those wounds. Stop the bleeding. HORAA Esports, we got No Fear on screen here using a bow. Arrow. Ooh, trying to shut down Ayok. And Ayok is getting some damage over there. Okay, slowly but surely. No Fear changing his location, changing his position, and not giving up here on putting down Ayok.
Oh, but this time we might get a military base circle. Finally, it's about time. It's about time. So that means Yasnaya, this fight cannot take too long. If not, you're gonna find it hard to actually cross over the bridge. But it will still continue on. These two teams, they want to settle the score. And so far, he has been favoring Talon though. Let's see if HORAA Esports can actually overcome this situation. So far, both sides, nobody went down yet. So anything can happen. 4v4 still.
And this is the circle that we like. There will be lots of cleanup that will happen around north. But of course, let's check out what is happening with HORAA first. So far, I guess they are doing better compared to Talon. But let's see if Sky can pull off a win here up against Ayok, because he is staying on the staircase here. There goes the attack with a DBS. Oh man, solid point right there, hitting him with a melee, of course, to bag the elimination point. But from the kill feed, it's Talon again losing some members.
I saw the pan by Supreme. But Talon, they're not only busy with HORAA Esports, now Vampire Esports, they want a piece of Yasnaya as well. Okay, this is unusual. Normally, Vampire Esports, they don't pass by here, but it looks like they decided to. Want to recover more points. They're looking for targets. Going up to the next door where Boyche is there. Boyche gets knocked down onto Nuzi. Looking for his next target. He still has the shotgun in hand. And they're suppressing Boyche. Waiting for the right moment to move forward. But Boyche will still get Nuzi. Here comes the jump in. Okay, Boyche, he needs to reload. Okay, they will close the gap between him and Boyche. Boyche is back up and Boyche will go back down.
Yep, effective jump shot coming through from Miaula. Superman! Oh, confirmation! Coming through that he's already out of the game. Looking at HORAA still up against Vampire Esports this time because Talon is already out. 20K holding on to a smoke here. We got Shrubs cooking up a nade, potentially shutting down Sky. And yes, sir, your best friend from Talon was able to get the point done. Vampire right now, Tony K focusing his attention up against Sleepy. Yes, he was successful with that spray, but not enough to take him out just yet.
That was a close one though. And now Shrubs is heading towards where No Fear is at. Potential 1v1. Shrubs with the shotgun. Okay, yes, his other team is together with him, so they will outnumber No Fear. With Tony K right in front of Sleepy. But Tony K is getting low on bullets on his QBZ. He's stocking up. Alright, jumps out and turns around. Ooh, that was a close one.
Oh man, Tony K! A little bit close to the push there. Here comes Miaula with a massive spray, but did not even work out. No Fear amazingly just jumped with that shotgun and was able to get that point. Unfortunately, though, for Sky, did not make it out alive. But it's still okay for HORAA. I mean, 3 is still a crowd, you know, it's doable. So HORAA can still play it out, but Champion Esports are going up against Alter Ego Errors. Cass was able to dodge those 2 vehicles, but from the back, and it's not going to work out for him as he gets shut down. by Alter Ego.
I have to say that fight between HORAA Esports and Vampire, that was an insane comeback by HORAA Esports. Crazy stuff there. Man. But Talon, okay. Talon has that one player left inside Yasnaya last we checked. Now with HORAA Esports, after winning that crazy comeback against Vampire, now it's time for them to find that one last player of Talon, your best friend. If they find him, they take care of him, they will be back as the kings of Yasnaya.
Okay, your best friend digesting the information. He knows that there's a team rushing towards him, but he needs to get the timing right for him to even get a slight advantage up against his opponent. But then again, we're looking at the Savior over here. They've already crossed, from the main island to the south part, but right behind them could be challenged by BTR, because BTR is making their way to a military base, and the Savior is just waiting for like any team that would pass through the West Bridge. But it could be a hard spot to defend just because of the fact that they could also deal with Sim9, FaZe, and even CelcomDigi Alliance. Let's see what's going to happen next. But Sleepy, man, that was on point. Distracted his enemy and was able to bag that point.
Yeah, one headshot with the Car 98K took out your best friend, and HORAA Esports becomes the king of Yasnaya. Look at this. Celebrating. Okay, one more emote. Sleepy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here
yeah.
we go. Yep. Up and down. Okay, here we go. I mean, it's a victory dance. Okay, we understand why guys are doing that, because of all the pressure, adrenaline, all together, and winning the fight is it's a victory that is so sweet, right? And that's why everyone's just celebrating, if in case they come out alive from a clash here. 1T. Okay, here we go. Unleashing his haymaker here. Oh no, he dropped. And, well, I don't know what's going to do in this situation, because we've got another player, Mika from Sem9 now, does have the advantage over him. What is he going to do?
And he only has shotgun below there. With that distance, the shotgun is not going to be that effective. Sem9 just needs to find that angle against Wunti. I mean, I don't know how Wunti is going to get out of this situation. But it also depends on what sort of circle we're going to get next. Well, Wunti can continue to hide here. That's cool. So he's just buying time right now. Okay, and a circle time. Is Wunti still going to be in the circle? Somewhat, I guess.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw through his backpack, and I don't think he has any ammo left as well. Because, he wasn't really anticipating that he'd fall, right? He'd drop from that height. And yeah, let's see if he can still defend himself. But with a shotgun, you are right, because shotguns are good to use when you are in a CQC. But in this situation, it's gonna be hard for him. And well, it will be Mary, for Mika. But in the meantime, we're looking at D Saver. Pathogen currently knocked down on the ground here. Marek Cariz as well from FaZe is facing the floor. Pathogen follows. Getting knocked down, but Chopper, oh man, he turned his back. It's a good thing he was still able to stand, but unfortunately, he got shot down by Malakbik this time.
Oh, and the nail of the Lamborghini. Lamborghini will fall too. Left two players for DZavier. They're rushing in on the red pool, and then the team's coming by. But this fight needs to end quickly. Third party by BTR. They arrive just in time. FaZe Clan not able to lick their wounds in time. And now it's only Red Bull on the other building. Hansja is close to him. Hansja created a smoke bridge. Rushing in towards Red Bull. 1v3. While Voxy taking a support role on top. But Red Bull will not go down without a fight. He takes out Hansja.
Yep. Red Bull still alive. Here comes Vox. Trying to rescue him. Unfortunately, Red Bull again with an on-point shot. Putting down another player from Bigetron. Now Federalis picking up an 8 here. Okay, here we go. What is going to happen next? Malakbik went for that pre-fire. Fortunately, it did not connect as well. FaZe was able to heal up and oh man, that was beautifully done by FaZe. Federalis needs to, of course, defend themselves to save the team here. Federalis tried to move, but Bigetron had a little help.
Oh man, come on. Let Red Bull has his moments. But DRS now want their own moment. They're rushing on to BTR. Here comes Killer YT and Gante with example as a support player out on the hill. And they knocked out Federales. Malabik, very low. Heals back up to 80%. But DRS, they know that he's inside. They heard everything. Malabik received damage from the fire. Only one more bullet needed onto him.
Whoa!
There you go. It came from Killer YT. BTR. Bounce out.
Okay, Killer YT slowly showing us his form. And again, mind you, DRS was able to get 2 chicken dinners now, so perhaps they have still that momentum going on for them, which is, of course, absolutely fantastic. Now, looking at the screen, we've got Champions Esports trying to get a very good spot here, where they can, of course, maximize, utilize, and use to the best of its potential to score points here. But we're talking about like 2 members left, so it could be hard to pull off since they don't have enough firepower to go up against a full squad here. And that feed, we got Team Secret, man, coming from hospital area. That is a long travel right there. So I do wonder if they're going to collide with the likes of VOIN Donkey and even Tribe Aeromacy, or perhaps they would prioritize passing through the East Bridge, and that would be HORAA Esports and RQ just staying there and waiting for any team to pass by. But yeah, I think RQ will have the best chance here to go up against HORAA Esports first because they're already tanking the blue.
Yeah, they moved in. Now it's a matter of like what you say, whether they want to stay around that area to block potential teams from passing by the bridge. If not, then that's fine. Just get into the circle because there's a percentage of water in this circle, so lesser playing area for teams if they come in late. Champions Esports, they found their space, but this time they only have 2 players left, Atomic and Balja. But they're okay as long as they are still alive and don't see them contested by other teams. They'll be fine. HORAA Esports, welcome to military base. And the closest team with them was RRQ. And RRQ, they moved away as well. Everyone's just interested to get into the circle as quickly as possible.
Okay. RRQ right now, since, they're now entering the zone, potentially clashing with Alter Ego Eras this time. We got HORAA. Maybe they could do a third party the moment that they hear those gunshots. But so far, Nerpeco, okay. They're just picking up the information, okay? They know that Alter Ego Eras is there. We got Genfuz on screen just trying to get closer, but Tribe Aeromacy and right now DRS is settling their business.
And Alter Ego is going to play the gatekeeping role, it seems, playing by the edge of this circle. Rosemary receives damage. And gets away to safety. It's fine for now. But example, can't say the same for him. Looks like Tribe Aeromacy in a fight against DRS. Killer YT having that high ground. And Rick circling around, trying to flank DRS, while Trix will pick up Joel. And looks like both sides trying to find that angle against each other. Oh, wow, VOIN Donkey passes by. Oh, man. More teams here coming by. Better exit this area, but Delta runs over Trix.
Oh, man, that is a big vehicle to, of course, maneuver Delta. But kill feed, okay, RQ has for you. We got QX X977 down on the ground, and that was Gakor of VOIN Donkey getting the point done. Genfuz got shut down by No Fear. Again, we are seeing a lot of trade-offs happen from the kill feed. Tribe Aeromacy got Rig on screen, trying to flush out Keeler, YT of DRS, while Zeta, on the other hand, is getting shot at by Yante. And then VOIN Donkey, of course, is trying to find a way on how they can effectively counter up against DRS. But you know what? DRS also taking the blue here.
Yeah, this is where they need to count their first aids. But XZY right now counting his health and his bullets. You need to reload, XZY. You need to reload, my friend. Okay. It's actually full. But Rick now, with a short range molly, try to shoot them away, but they are not phased by it. Jumps in. Gets the one knock. XZY now. Mission. Forget on that side. Sees VOIN Donkey rotating. And he's shot back at by VOIN Donkey. Taking him out just like that.
There we go. Got teams dropping like flies at the moment. Tribe Aeromacy in an instant went down. in the hands of Potato. 6 points now in the pocket for the side of VOIN Donkey, and the great thing about this is the fact that there's still a complete squad, so number advantage for VOIN Donkey here. CelcomDigi Alliance, pretty much the same thing, and it's a good shot coming through from Olio, putting down Potato. Now Zeta cooking up a nade inside that house. Can he knock down any player from Celcom?
Ooh, okay, they are surrounding VOIN Donkey. And we have Jimmy OP opening up the space towards the right side, but this area is not in the circle. The blue will be on top of them. But Iftar is looking on the outside in case anyone comes by. Gachor will get out a look and say hello to the blue as well. Jimmy OP in the blue. Razak circling around, while Iftar will be taken out by Razak. Here comes the zone. Gachor will fall to it. And Olio spraying onto Zeta. Zeta shows himself. And Zeta, the moment down his vehicle, takes out Olio.
Man, it did not even bother him that he was the one coming from the blue, taking some damage from the Blue Reaper and also doing some massive spray and still standing tall. Man, that was a lot, and that was such a great win, you know, from VOIN Donkey. And of course, we're looking at CelcomDigi Alliance. We got Kasim, only member that is active currently. Hands for you, still trying to, of course, defend himself up against Team Secret here. But great shot though, coming from Atomic, shutting down a player on the field. RQ losing some members, and there you go. Kale, look, just got eliminated by the Blue Reaper.
Lapa in the mission to save his teammates. RQ by the edge of the circle. Here comes Team Secret. Okay, it looks like Trungsin is carrying his teammate. Okay, while Frankie is trying to buy some time, opening up some space. At the same time, getting a point for Team Secret, eliminating Nepeko. And here comes Team Secret, passing by. Hands for you, taken out by Frankie. The long-range support guy doing his work, but now it's time for Frankie to get in as well.
Frankie. Okay, Lepar. There's a need for him to replenish his backpack, and that's exactly what he's doing. Okay, popping off those smokes, which is, of course, a great thing to do in this situation, basically, because everyone's just running out of space here, and so far, Lepar doesn't have that much cover to begin with, and he doesn't want to get exposed, you know, to other teams that maybe is just lurking and monitoring the situation and just waiting for the right opening to take him down. But as for Kasim, okay, he was being a little chill, okay, inside this vehicle, but he doesn't know that Wunti is actually just close by and probably already saw him. But of course, it's a big question if Wunti can actually shut him down. But you know what? A Team Secret right now was able to put 5 in the bag.
Oh, Team Secret 5 already? Wow. Okay. And now they have the chance to get more against VOIN Donkey. Razak sprays. But Razak receives damage from Team Secret, and Team Secret with a jump shot. And they will get that one elimination point, enough to eliminate VOIN Donkey.
Team Secret getting shots from Mika, not connecting at all. Sem9 down to 2. We got Firen headed towards another location, perhaps trying to get close to where Team Secret is. You don't want to waste your resources, so you need to pick up those information. And we got Mika over here just doing a little bit of spray with his DP28 rather. And we got RQ on screen, getting eliminated as well, which brings us down to 16th remaining for stage 5.
Sem9, Firen, Mika, the duo within the circle. They're in a pretty good spot. They don't need to worry about the road that much. Waiting for other teams to pass by. They are pretty much in the clear. Yes, there's CelcomDigi Alliance, Jimmy OP, but he's quite far away. So as long as they can keep Team Secret in check, they'll be fine. Because Team Secret, they need to manage the road. So they're making an early move across it. So you don't need to worry about it when the next stage closes.
Man, Atomic got dropped by Rosemary. And we got Baljo over here, all listening to the vehicles. He knows. Alter Ego Ares is already on their way to destroy Champions Esports. Balja, I know exactly what you're going to do in this situation, but perhaps, yeah, he is already driving away from this situation. I mean, he probably couldn't handle the firepower from Alter Ego Ares. I mean, it's a 4v1, understandably so, because, well, he's really stepping away and trying to get away from Alter Ego.
Oh, Moana almost got him, but Rosemary will finish off the Atomic. And here is Balja against Frankie. 1v1, but Frankie, got a bit of assistance from GK the other side. Champions Esports, they bow out. Number 6, top 5 right now. Alter Ego, Team Secret, 7-9, CelcomDigi Alliance, and Vikings.
Just like Adele, Team Secret just said hello from the other side. 5 teams now. Alter Ego Air's best team to get that chicken dinner. Frankie caught some bullets coming from Krypton and now facing the floor. We got Alter Ego Ares with 3 points in the pocket, and now they are looking at the Team Secret GK, who is actually just nearby. Team Secret is trying to reset just because of the fact that one of them is currently down on the ground, and that'll be Frankie, so I'm pretty sure that there is still time, but not, of course, if Alter Ego Ares decides that, okay, maybe this is the right opportunity for us, the right opening to charge up against Team Secret. But obviously, Alter Ego is also taking their time because they don't really have all the information just yet. You know, they don't exactly know the 1T is still alive coming from Vikings, that it will be coming from the waters. Kasim from Cedo Alliance is also kind of in a chill mode for now inside a vehicle. And Daybot, he is down south, monitoring the situation as well and picking up the vibes that, hey, maybe there will be some players that will getting through that entry point. And just look at Krypton dancing it off.
What kind of music will you put for that dance?
Sexy lady.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, let's see if Rosemary will be dancing up to this shot. If he's able to get knocks onto Team Secret. And Team Secret again managing the road early, crossing into the circle, putting themselves in a safer position. Though they have been pressured by Alter Ego, but Alter Ego, they don't have a good clear shot onto them, so that's okay. But they seem to be interested in Team Secret. But Team Secret can still fire back on the Rosemary.
Oh, you do not do that to Rosemary. Okay, let's see if he can turn into an apex predator in this situation. Okay, Rosemary trying to level up his gear. Oh no! Moana was able to find 1T, and now that is it. You know, best player to go to the latter stage of the match. 1T have already been eliminated, which brings us down to 4 teams remaining here. 1 player for CelcomDigi Alliance, 2 for Sem9, 3 for Team Secret, and 4 for Alter Ego Ares.
Ooh, with the number 4 that Alter Ego Ares has, obviously they have the best chance of scoring this chicken dinner. Unless other teams have something to say about that. Team Secret trying to get Krypton. Krypton skips away. Alter Ego, even though they have the numbers, they're not really committing yet because you still have so many other players in the battlefield. Now on the other side, don't see any other team wanting to make a big move. But we have Jimmy OB taking out Viren. Okay, that's a really long range.
Man, and is it really wise for you to open fire at this point? Let's see. Okay. I mean, just because he actually went for a shot here, Alter Ego is already picked up the information as well. Okay, there's a player up there coming from that direction, just doing a massive strike. I mean, if we're gonna consider the distance, you know, between him and Sem9, it's really far. So maybe he can connect those shots, inflict damage, but I don't think he can get some elimination points from that kind of distance. And especially, it's already crunch time, you know, for all the 4 teams here. Stage 6, ladies and gents, and we are getting closer and closer to know exactly who will be crowned winners here.
GK gun down, same goes for Frankie. Now only Trunks in for Team Secret active. And Viren was picked up. Now it's his turn to pick up Mika. Circle did move away from Sem9. Team Secret has the circle now. But on the other side, Alter Ego, obviously they can come into the circle. They know that they have a full squad strength. Charging straight on Team Secret to get off Frankie. Trunks in as well, out. Alter Ego dominating and Team Secret eliminated. But wait a second. Okay. Before Trunks in got eliminated, he still managed to get a knock on the Sem9.
Alright, here we go. There's a big chance. Of course, Alter Ego Ares would be the winners for this round just because of the fact that, well, they do have the numbers, they do have the zone, and they are already feeling confident to move around in their space. They're practically dictating the tempo for stage 7 here.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's 4v2v1. They have the entire circle for themselves. Now it's really Alter Ego's game to lose. But Rosemary, he sees Jimmy OP coming in with a hovercraft. Just waiting for him to jump out of his hovercraft. No point spraying on the hovercraft yet. Bringing his bullets. But anyway, he's trying to provoke Jimmy OP. Jimmy OP jumps out. Jimmy OP still okay for now. Rosemary got to be extra careful. He can be shot at from the other side. Fira will be knocked out by Moana.
Here we go. The demigod was able to get a point. Fire now isn't so hot. And that is a confirmation, of course. Kill coming through, and there goes Amika out as well. Alter Ego is looking for the final player, which is, of course, Jimmy OP of CelcomDigi Alliance. Let's see if we can pull up a miracle here as Krypton now goes for a charge with its M416. Ladies and gents, Krypton putting the nail in the coffin right there for Alter Ego Eras, and they are getting the chicken dinner.
And there was almost no way for Alter Ego to drop the ball there. And here comes the chicken dinner. Finally, in the grand finals, they scored their chicken dinner with one of their maybe latest edition, Moana. Whoever it is, I have no idea. Maybe you guys can leave it in the comment section for us. But Alter Ego with this chicken dinner, back to be top contenders for the #1 spot. Very, very convincing round for them. They did not lose a single player. Although the circle was a tough circle, it's a military-based circle. It's never easy for teams unless you drop in military base first. And Alter Ego is back, this time by scoring 9 eliminations.
Oh man. Alter Ego Eras, we cannot even predict, right, as to when they're really gonna do good in a match. Because when they're in a killing mode, oh man, they can really rack up points. They can really put a staggering amount of points in the leaderboard, which is absolutely great. You know, it's always a treat to see Alter Ego Eras play this way. But of course, when they are on a chill mode, well, it's not really the best of games, you know, for Alter Ego Eras. But it's a great thing that we can see on the screen at Alter Ego Eras winning match number 17 in ERANGEL. So I just like trying to think if that was enough for them to take the top spot, or if we are also going to see a consistency, you know, and momentum coming from Alter Ego Eras now that we are about to step into the final round today.
Yeah, the games are passing by, so teams will need to step up, just like how Alter Ego is still stepping up here. Besides Alter Ego, Team Secret, VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan made it into our teams to watch. Interesting enough, Red Queen, that even though SEM9 and also CelcomDigi Alliance, they lasted long towards that end, but they are not part of the teams to watch. So I guess it's because of the elimination points. To add on to that interesting fact point, FaZe Clan, full squad time, only 7 minutes 53 seconds, but they're up here.
What? You're right. 7 minutes, huh? Maybe they went off and started collecting some LMs like they're supposed to, but not so much onto the placement points. I mean, you can go either way, right? Go for the placement or go for the kill points. So both are still, you know, like involving risk. And so for head-to-head, okay, Moana versus Razak. I think this is like pretty much a fair stats, you know, coming from both of the players here. It's not that big of a gap, so to speak. But MVP title, we got Red Bull back on the screen here, coming from FaZe, putting out 7 elimination points and 1,108 damage output.
Man, the guy that never fails to perform for the team, right? Still very, very strong. Not the first time that he is the MVP of the match as well. So besides Red Bull, the other top performers are Mr. Moana and also Razak and Frankie. Remind us how the theme song of Moana is like?
I forgot the lyrics, but see it cost me. I don't know if you guys. Oh, come on! I cannot even believe that you haven't watched the movie. I mean, I think we already have like what 3 or like 2 movies for Moana.
Oh. Wow, yeah. Already 2 and I have not watched a single one. Okay, gotta get catching up there. Alter Ego. Speaking about catching up, they are the team that caught up here in the points. 19 points locked in. Team Secret, 11 points. VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan. Look at that. Only 1 point for placement VOIN Donkey, but they score 8 eliminations. Same goes for FaZe Clan. That's why they're up there. And that's why they kind of gate-capped CelcomDigi Alliance from being in the top 4 teams to watch this round. Interesting, but only 1 or 2 throwables used, but it's a military-based circle, so a lot of teams focus on to just getting into the island, and probably that's why the throwables used are kind of low this time.
Yeah. And of course, whenever the circle favors the south side, and then we are happy. But after a massive performance coming from Vampire Esports, man, they only bagged 1 point, from this round. And as for the overall rankings, Talon still at the top here with 133. We got Vampires on second. We got Alter Ego is moving up a rank here. Now, welcome to the podium stage once again. FaZe dropping 1. DRS, VOIN Donkey, CelcomDigi Alliance, and of course, Team Secret with an improved gameplay for this round with 95 points help them actually climb 2 ranks, and now they're on first page.
Ooh, and Alter Ego with the podium spot, they are only a handful of points away from the number 1. Page 2. So HORAA Esports climbs up 2 spots with 85 points. But we got a few movers down. 7-9, BTR, Champions Esports, and Trap Aeromacy all moved down 1 slot onto page number 2. And we are counting down the games now. 7 more games to go, including the next round inside of Miramar. Games will definitely fly past. For teams on page number 2, they have to pick up the pace right now. But before they do that, we need to take a short break. We see one last game today, and then we're done with day 3. And then it's only one more day, Reku. One more day. The race is really, really tight now for that number 1 spot in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. Wow. Welcome back, Alter Ego, after scoring a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it was all a treat for us, definitely. And we love to see teams really going off like that. We love the action. Maybe that is why I really decided to be a caster for PUBG. I mean, I do love this game. And, you know, the only reason why we have so many viewers is because you guys love the game too. You love the action coming from your favorite teams. You love the performance coming from your favorite players. So might as well continue on supporting, right? Showering them with love as well. And don't forget to hit that subscription button to Ruthless Esports, because again, we are now on our final match here for day number 3. And tomorrow, after 6 matches, we are going to determine just who will be crowned champions for season 10.
Yes. After grueling, like what? The playoffs, like there was so many days to the playoffs, and now obviously the grand finals. They're starting to count down the games, but also for Red Queen, 7 more games for you to make that guess. 7 more games. Is this gonna give you a clue?
Oh man, it's terrible. Okay, 2 Indonesian teams wrapping up. We got Nepal winning a back-to-back winner chicken dinner courtesy of the Real Soldiers. The Vampires as well. Well, they've done quite big, you know, for match number 15 in Miramar, getting them a chicken dinner. So I do wonder if Talon Esports is maybe thinking, DRS already scored a double chicken dinner. Yesterday we did that. So are they gonna let the day end, or at least, day number 3 end with just 1 chicken dinner?
Though the stats do favor Vampire Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, HORAA Esports, and Vikings, if you think about any of these teams, it's so hard, right? Sometimes if you pick these teams from the stats, like, they just perform differently. So I don't know. I don't know at this point. I don't know. But we still have to do our due diligence.
Yes. Exactly. I mean, I would like to point it out there. Even if we see great numbers coming from teams, we don't even know if they're gonna replicate, you know, the energy, the momentum whatsoever. Sometimes other teams go crazy and just kind of really set the fire and go berserk and getting those elimination points. So we don't exactly know. Sometimes, you know, the stats doesn't really add up to the action. But just like what you said, Circa, we still need to pick a team here. So I think production should go first.
Yeah, let's let production do the picking first. Yeah, it's always us. So this time, let's flip the tables around. Okay, your call for the last game. I have a feeling I know what they're gonna pick. But let's see. I'll say it when they pick it.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna give a chance to Vikings.
Okay. See, production's happy that they don't need to go first. It's like, okay, you guys go first. Vampire!
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So I'm going for... Let's go. 3 chicken dinners. The Real Soldiers. Let's bring it on. 3. Let's go. The Real Soldiers.
DRS.
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. I picked Vikings because I think it was a missed opportunity, you know, a while ago for the team. They were doing so well, and maybe because Wunti was trying to save some ammos, we don't exactly know, because he started like really unleashing the punches, right? Instead of him just like sealing the deal, get the job done, get that kill point. Fortunately, it resulted to him having dropping, from the top down below. So that was an unfortunate event. So perhaps
they could pick up the pace, pick up where they left off, and maybe give us a good performance for the final round. So yeah, I'm giving this much faith to Vikings.
All right, and sometimes those teams that you don't expect them to score the chicken, they do. We've seen surprises before. Vikings could be one of them. So let's go Vikings for the sake of Red Queen Vikings. Wuji, do the business for the sake of Red Queen.
Give me a point. Give me a point. Yeah.
We have never had anyone, including production, score a donut the entire season. So please, don't give her that record.
Now, I'm feeling the pressure. I am feeling the pressure. Sometimes you go for the teams that really is a top performer in a round on this map, but sometimes again, it doesn't really add up. Sometimes, it doesn't really match the numbers and the performance as well. So hopefully, Vikings, please give me a point.
Yeah, you heard that, Vikings. Okay, you gotta give that to her. Gotta give that to her, okay? If not, it's like what? Now, total of 7 games to go to make the prediction right. If not, we're gonna see a dance. A dance,
yeah.
is it?
Yeah. If I don't score a point, then okay, I'm gonna put out a TikTok.
You know what? She actually wants to do that dance. I have a feeling that even though if you score the point, you will still do the dance anyway, just because. Well, not like the viewers will be complaining. They wouldn't mind seeing that, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty cool song. I really liked it, and I have all the intention, of course, of really putting out a TikTok. It's one way of me really engaging with the community, and of course, just having a good engagement. And I do appreciate, the some of the people in the comment section sending me DMs and just really appreciating, the kind of commentary that we do here, Sir Cloud. And again, this is what fuels us, our passion to really spend time with all of you, to cast the tournament and just have the engagement with you guys. Thank you so much for always being there and giving us quite a great engagement as well.
Yeah, and also don't forget to give our socials a follow as well, just saying. Okay, we're very easy people to find. And also the socials of Ruthless Esports as well. Don't forget about them. When you're watching this live, don't forget to click the subscribe button so you don't miss out on future updates, future live streams. Now, we're jumping into business. Miramar, the final match for today. Let's see who will set the bar for tomorrow. Here we go. It's going to be Miramar. Keep your eye on the power grid, by the way. Let's fly on.
Here we go. The flight has already been called. Let's check out where the flight pad is headed. And we'll see just like how teams are going to go through this. But so far, so good. I can see it's going to be a bright, sunny day in Miramar once again. I do wonder if we're going to see some horses or maybe even camels again as their vehicle on this map. But it looks like we're just getting a slice down there in the middle. So yeah, I believe it's going to be the same areas here. I do wonder if any of the teams will be creative in terms of like changing their drop spot, or perhaps would love to test out a new approach, new rotation, new strat, new tactics. I'd love to see another drop clash happen. Which will we expect to win the fight? I cannot really still say.
Yeah, this is where it also depends on what sort of weapons they get the moment they drop, right? And that power grid fight looks like it might happen still. I see BTR overlapping with Aeromacy. Yep, that's gonna happen again. But in Lost Learners, Vikings and CelcomDigi Alliance, don't see any other team. Okay, circle happened to be centered around St. Martin. And on screen, here we go. We expected this to happen. BTR Tribe Aeromacy.
Oof. And we might expect another team to drop by the area. Let's see if that's going to happen. But yeah, this is an exchange between Tribe and Bigetron by Vitality here. We got Vox already positioned. He is actually pushing through this warehouse with an M249. Tricks did respond with a UMP, but not shutting down any players just yet. But there it goes. The two knockdowns. Vox, Malak, Big on their knees.
Two players of BTR down. Now it's only two left on the other side. Unstill and Federales. See if they can make a massive comeback here against Trap Aeromacy. But so far, the win ratio has been favoring Trap Aeromacy in this fight. See if they can shift those numbers away. And for them to save Boxy, they obviously need to win this fight before they can do that. Now the Trap Aeromacy is surrounding them in this building.
Ooh. Okay, here we go. Hans with a spray coming from his micro Uzi. Not connecting. We got Vox still down on the ground. But yeah, Malakvik is already out of the game. We got Federales holding onto a flashbang. Could potentially blind Rig. But I think he overshot. Now, Rig is trying to make his way in. We got Tribe still using a lot of effort here to try and flush him out. But Vox, oh, his time is already ticking. And we got Hands getting caught up. And now he is down as well. Federales low in HP here. But oh, he was eliminated. Not with bullets, but with melees, with pans, with axes and knives.
That was brutal by Tribe Aeromacy. But again, early supper for BTR. I'm starting to see this trend right now. The last game of every day, of course, we are playing in Miramar and the power grid fight happens. It's always BTR losing it. And I would remember that because I always mentioned about early supper for BTR. They're showing that trend for some reason. It's like the last game always doesn't work out for them.
Yeah. But 6 matches still to go for tomorrow. Maybe they're just taking all the information in, you know, like maybe just jotting down notes, taking their learnings, right? Like maybe to sense like, okay, a team is going different on this one. They're changing their rotation. They're changing their plans. And this player right here from this team is actually doing good. You know, he could be a potential heavy hitter in the matches. So I think those small and subtle changes in the game, I think everyone just really, really trying to up their awareness at this point.
Yeah, they need to have the highest of awareness, right? Since we are heading towards like the closure of this tournament. And that includes Xavier. What is Xavier doing, number 16? If anyone were to pass by this and they didn't follow before this, right? And they look at the overalls like, hey, Xavier all the way down there? Really? Have they not been playing? Have they only like played one day? They scored 67 points and then they skipped 2 days? Yeah, I'm sure whoever passed by would probably think that way because like Xavier, very weird to be down there. I mean, even if you don't perform as Xavier, I'm sure there will be a level of expectation for like, okay, you're somewhere in the middle, then that's kind of fine. Like where BTR is at, for example. But number 16 Xavier, I don't know. It feels like they having an off day, like permanent off day. I don't know.
Maybe they're not that interested for now, but maybe, you know, let's not put our hopes down just yet because we still got 6 matches for tomorrow. So perhaps, you know, they could change their minds and maybe have a good breakfast and lunch so that, you know, they are going to be in the mood to play in the last 6 matches. Or perhaps, you know, you could probably send them messages or comment in their posts and just maybe say, hey, we expect you guys to perform tomorrow, you know, last 6 matches for Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So please just let us know if you guys are even gonna have an explosive match, even if they just like maybe give two good matches for the fans out there to be happy, to not disappoint them. I think that could work for us.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you put out, right? It's fan service as well. Besides like your own performance and your own satisfaction, yeah, servicing the fans is also a thing, and giving them something to cheer on and so on. And I know that it's an off-season tournament and all that, but the fans do appreciate every tournament that they spend their time to come and watch.
Yeah.
So I do hope that, like what you say, right? At least Xavier, come on, give us a good round. Maybe this round will be that one.
Maybe. I'm really crossing my fingers for that one. And this is also, like a good tournament to take some clips, for your highlights. Yeah. To show off, to post on your social media platform. But Sleepy actually, got spotted by Levi's here. But so far, Levi's is not making a move just yet. Trigger discipline coming from Levi's.
Sem9 Fearon, on one side, while Yuhai's looking at Trap Aeromacy. Xavier, you can see that based on their movement, they are really taking this round seriously, taking the high ground. Yuhai gunned down, by Trap Aeromacy from the side. Now Taxi is going to Xavier, but Taxi receives a lot of damage at the same time, supported well by Fearon at that high ground. Taxi needs that time to heal up. XYZ getting closer to Fearon, and he's able to reach Fearon. And Fearon, the support player, taken out by Trap Aeromacy. Now the rest of Trap Aeromacy rushing in. Yuhai will be finished off. Then Cage to take out Taxi next.
2 out, 2 to go for the side of Sem9 here. Effectively down by Tribe Aeromacy. That was a good push with a vehicle trying to defy all physics. But anyway, we got a Sem9 back on the screen here, and it looks like Mika is left all alone to deal with business. But yeah, we still got plenty more squads to go. 1T taking some damage. Same thing goes for Teens here. Now Superman needs to go back and rescue his teammate, but as for Team Secret and DRS, they're having an altercation. GK down.
And Champions Esports, taking the blue, but they send the nade across. Teens will be knocked down. At the same time, Team Secret, DRS having to fight elsewhere. Teens eliminated by Urkas. As Xavier, they continue to want to take this high ground, climbing up. Champions Esports still in this fight. It's not over yet though. Kino navigating around the smoke. They found their next target, and Break will be broken down. For the Vikings, how many players left? Are they still in this?
They are. Okay, BTR was the only team that got taken out for now. But that is it. Bunty getting killed by the play zone. Perhaps we are only looking at just like one player remaining for the side of Vikings. But let's check out what DRS is doing at the moment as they go up against Team Secret. Example with a massive spray. First with a QBZ, but fortunately did not connect. That's why he switched to his UMP, and Trang actually making it out of 5. But you know what? He's been taking some damage from that nade. And now Example throws in another molly here. Will Trang still survive?
Oh, and DRS now. The high ground. Oh, Frankie knocked down. Okay. Example with the UMP on the rooftop. Can he actually pull this one against Zerus, who's on the second floor? One more to go for Team Secret. They're still active. DRS Gante with the nade comes in to provide extra support. While Killer YT will be picked up. He should be back up to 80% of health. Now looking for the final player. Zero shows himself, knocking down Example. Gante sees him. But Gante, not ready yet, waiting for support to arrive. And here they come. All in on the Zero. Zeros will finish off Example. Zero still holding on with the DBS. Everyone's fearful of that DBS by Zeros. Delta rushes in, chasing on the Zeros. And finally, DRS wins it.
This is our territory, says DRS. Yeah, but in the process, they also lost Example, but they did manage to put 1 point in the bag for each of themselves, so I guess they're okay. And still, they were able to mark their turf. Shadow Patron will still be theirs to defend if there will be other teams, of course, brave enough to challenge them. Talon, however, 2 players is currently out. Not exactly sure who they're fighting up against, but I believe those are the boys of the Savior.
The Xavier still with that high ground. But they only have 2 players now. Challenged by Talon. Okay, Nate, as much as he wanted to move forward to throw that nade, somebody is shooting him. Wonder who's that. So, plan cancelled, allowing Talon to reset. Now Axel will make that rush in on the Pyrogen, knocking him down with a micro Uzi. Nate, one last player that Molly will force him to move forward, showing himself. Axel still with his micro Uzi. And here comes Nate with the DBS. Taking out Axel.
It's a good thing that the Savior was able to buy some time, to go for that pickup. Atomic, however, got knocked down on the ground here. Both teams at the moment is recuperating in the situation. Natty could up an 80 here, pretty close to Axel. Okay, or your best friend, however, pulled out his shotgun and eliminated the opposition, which is of course the Savior, which brings us down to 12 teams remaining here. And then Shopper, coming from FaZe Clan, is of course dealing with Alter Ego errors. Coming off the kill feed though, it's Krypton versus Sky of HORAA Esports.
Oh, with the high ground that Shopper has right now against Moana. That's a slight advantage. Just need to find that right angle. But before that, finishing off Daybot to collect their points. FaZe Clan will still need to move forward. Here comes the blue as well. Rosemary repositions himself. Moana with the vehicle can actually make a go for it. Because he does not have any first aids. He cannot spend too much time in the blue. And that's exactly what he will do. Follow the tracks of Rosemary.
Okay, here we go. Moana, while driving, is putting bandages onto himself to make sure that he will, of course, survive up until he gets into the zone there. Canary, however, in that pink car, also rushing to head towards the safe zone. Tribe Aeromacy, you got Rig on prone, but is currently at the top here. 7 elimination points now for Tribe Aeromacy. Okay, so far so good. We see you.
Wow, 7 already for Tribe? Wow, okay. Alright, let's see how far they can go. So far, so good for Tribe. But now Champions Esports, Spot, VOIN Donkey, Potato out in the open, but Kino is not able to knock him down. Potato very lucky there to get away. They're not totally out of it yet, as the rest of Champions now looking for VOIN Donkey. And while that's happening, the zone will continue to shift. We go onto the high ground of El Pozo, where Talon is at. And it will go to the high ground. Talon on the high ground. Vampire Esports in the middle.
Okay, VOIN Donkey obviously is taking some shots coming from Champions. Champions also a full squad here. So yeah, I do understand why they are feeling that they are up for the challenge here. But let's see if they can win up against VOIN Donkey, should they decide to actually come down from that mountain. On the other hand, we got Vikings, Superman, last player, already getting eliminated. So they're already out from this match. Good game, well played. We'll see them tomorrow again for the final 6 matches. Shopper from FaZe also got knocked down by No Fear HORAA. And now, with the Mini 14. So also, Shopper, we'll see him tomorrow. FaZe is still alive. Okay, they're still in the game here with 2 members. They already have 1 point in the bag. Let's see what Red Bull and Canary can do. In this match, rather.
But while all that was happening, Vikings just got eliminated. The final player, Superman, out. Oh well, I guess, Red Queen, tomorrow's another day. As long as you have games left, okay? As long as you have games, anything can happen for you to score the prediction.
There is still hope, boys and girls. There's still hope. But, okay. CelcomDigi Alliance versus Champions at the moment. Okay, Kasim holding on to that angle right there, far from the rest of the team. XYZ is trying to escape, but fortunately it was a long drop, and now he suffered some damage right there. Rosemary, oh, this is gonna be exciting because Rosemary had already been eliminated, and Alter Ego Air is completely wiped off with only 2 points.
For DRS, nice high ground advantage. As long as they don't overpeak, they'll be fine. A lot more teams around this area. It's not too far away from the side of the circle. In the warehouse, we have CelcomDigi Alliance and Champions Esports. DRS, we'll be looking at this warehouse, waiting for exit frags or anyone to overpeak themselves. So far, Gante tapping away with a minute 14. But still no clear shot yet. But it's okay. DRS in their position. They don't really need to play aggressively. All they need to do is wait for now and let the zone do its work.
Exactly. Here comes Sony K getting shut down as well. But Delta from DRS Gaming spots 2 players from RQ. With a great vantage point here, Gante can definitely go for a push here with the support of Delta. But, they have to be careful because they have to consider the fact that 5 also looking to get into the mix. But as for VOIN Donkey, they are already in the middle. And they're going up against Vampire Esports for this particular spot. So we will know just who will win the fight later on.
Aha! But this fight will happen right now. VOIN Donkey, Vampire Esports. Who's going to make the first move here? Champions Esports now in the fight against CelcomDigi Alliance. Olio will be the first one to gun down by Kino. The rest of CelcomDigi Alliance will need to follow up quickly. Ifta very, very low as well. And Ifta, he gets Urkas, but he gets countered back by the rest of Champions Esports. Champions Esports so far doing so good against CelcomDigi Alliance. And they are currently dominating with 6 eliminations.
Yep. Now all they need to worry about is picking up cast so that they'd still be a full squad here, which is always an advantage, especially if you manage to get this far in the match. Champions continues to dominate with 6 points in the bag here, ladies and gents. Checking out the teams close to them. I think those are the boys maybe of Aeromacy. Yes, and CelcomDigi Alliance. Yes, sir. VOIN Donkey on the screen. Potato already out. Ray Zach holding an M416 here. The fight is not over, between Vampire and VOIN Donkey. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, still not. And I guess because this area is, well, at some point in the middle of the circle, and now still in the circle, that's why these teams are still here. But this area is going to be critical. DRS, and you have 3 other teams at the edge of the circle. Likely stage 6, the circle will move away. So this is going to be huge here. We can see that Champions Esports, they're starting to move away from their position. While Gante tries to find a side angle against Champions Esports, they come out. Jimmy OP is in the next building. Oh, he's alone here. Will he receive any assistance? But Jimmy OP does not need assistance. He got that one knock. But the follow-up came in quickly by Pubg, and CelcomDigi Alliance will be taking a bow.
Yeah, I don't exactly understand what just happened. I mean, he was on prone there. Well, maybe, yeah. You blink and you miss kind of moments. Atomic, well, he is facing the floor. Do wonder if pickup could be possible. But Kino, this is going to be hard now for champions since 2 of them already got dropped here. Giante is just picking the timing here. I mean, 2 players from DRS holding a very good vantage point, and even Tribe Aeromacy could potentially shut down a couple players from Champions Esports given their position. So this is a vulnerable spot for Champions. And Atomic getting a nade from Killer YT just like that. Oh, this spells trouble for Champions.
And Killer YT at the top of this hill. They're trying to land his shots, but can't find a good angle. But they're not in a rush. They're not in a hurry. 38 more seconds before we see stage number 6. And there's a big chance that the circle will go away from this area. And that's where DRS, they can get exit frags from Champions Esports. Oh, but at DRS, they do have RRQ on the left side. Talon, they have their own high ground on the left side of this circle. And the ones that's closest to them is FaZe Clan. Okay, Ayo. Should be able to see FaZe Clan soon if you choose to peek out. FaZe Clan passing by. But Ayo is not making that peek yet. He's not taking the risk.
We got 3 seconds before the zone closes in, ladies and gents, and just giving you an update about the team's position. Again, Vampire Esports close to VOIN Donkey here, and they still continue, of course, to be the focal point of the zone. Talon obviously needs to come in here. And, well, it's going to be hard. It is going to be hard since they have to greet two teams here. And that would be VOIN Donkey and Bigetron Esports. We got FaZe, of course, potentially having a clash with HORAA Esports. And Tribe Aeromacy and DRS will probably have an exchange as well. You know what? Champion Esports, it is going to be a struggle escaping this very compound to like where they're staying at the moment. Oh, let's just check what's going to happen next.
While we wait for that to happen, we're back onto DRS now. As what we discussed earlier, when it comes to stage 6, this area, part of it will not be in the circle. So the high ground that DRS Gaming is at will need to be abandoned at some point. They're waiting for Champions Esports to come out of that house. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. And YT spraying down, and we get one. Baoja down on his knees. Champions Esports, I don't know how they're going to get out of this. The best is to create a smoke bridge, but how many smokes do they have now?
Only 3. I can see from Kill Whitey's bag. Okay. Okay. DRS and again, this is the situation where a high ground could be a double-edged sword because, you know, that portion is unplayable. They will have to give up that specific location and descend from the mountaintop, which is of course going to be hard because Tribe Aeromacy now has the power here to eliminate DRS. Let's see what kind of maneuver DRS is willing to show for us. Right now they are inside their vehicles, probably headed towards RRQ. Okay, this is going to be a new challenge. As for you, did not even hesitate. Shuts down Giante. And so Talon also goes down from VOIN Donkey. And as for you, now looking at Killer YT, and was able to shut him down as well.
Ooh, this is a big mess right now. The moment the DRS stepped down from that hill, eliminated by RRQ. Now you have the target. It's going to be HORAA Esports on one side. Nepeko takes a lot of damage. We need to back off. Talon eliminated number 8-4. Elimination points by FaZe Clan on the left side of the circle.
Man, 7 teams remaining. Gakora, Balja already out. Newsy with an effective shot. Tribe Aeromacy, 8 points in the bag. Pretty strong. Consistency is there. They're on point with the aim. Can they sustain this firepower? That is the big question right there. Canary getting shut down as well inside the battlefield. HORAA Esports, well, you're looking at a full squad, which is always an advantage, especially when we reach stage 6 here, and looking at 7 teams remaining. We got No Fear applying a lot of pressure onto the other side. With that tap and fire, I feel like, you know, RQ is kind of distracted because they don't even know that we have 2 players from HORAA Esports that's pretty close to them.
Ooh, but will they still have that circle to play that sort of strategy? Now that circle will close. Oh, Sleepy, gun down. Alright, circle. Come on in the open. VOIN Donkey still in the circle, but now onto HORAA Esports at the northern side. They're taking the fight against RRQ. RRQ rushing towards them as well. After getting the one knockdown, they're thinking that they might have the advantage. Here comes the spray on the Sky. Sky getting away to safety. And No Fear gets Lapar. Nice counter by HORAA. Time for them to move, but they're also resetting themselves, resetting Sleepy.
Yep. It's crunch time now for Tribe Aeromacy as well, but let's look at HORAA Esports Supreme on the jugular right there. Let's see if HORAA Esports can still counter up against RQ. But we still got 3 more. Okay, 3 more players for the side of HORAA. Supreme is the only player on the ground. Sky now picking them up. We got Sleepy as well, trying to recuperate in this situation. RQ's trying to do a reset as well. Coming off the kill feed, though, is Tribe Aeromacy going up against Kino of Champions Esports. We got 2 of them also knocked down on the ground. And whichever team wins the fight, well, they will be the ones pushing through the latter stages of the match. But as for Lapar, man, he caught that nade with open arms.
What a nade by Lapar. Onto Lapar, that is. And now Hans for real don't have the time to actually pick him up because he's aware that Supreme is charging. But Supreme, okay, he somehow stopped at his tracks. Probably by Nepeko. And Sky versus Nepeko. Sky receives damage. Now he has to reset. Another nade lob across onto Hans for real by Sleepy to knock him down.
Oh, this is a good run for HORAA. 5 now in the pocket, but you know what? Champions Esports making a statement here, flexing their muscle with 10 elimination points. FaZe Clan, however, got eliminated with only 4. Now we're looking at 16 remaining. Champions Esports pretty consistent. Now going up with the trap Aeromacy. Good stop though coming from Zayo, putting down 2 players from Champions. And here comes the jump shot from Atomic, but it did not work at all.
Oh, here are top 5 teams: Vampire Esports, VOIN Donkey, HORAA Esports, Aeromacy, and RRQ. Champions Esports just got eliminated at number 6 with 11 elimination points. Now Nepeko versus Sky, as well as Supreme will charge in on Nepeko. One last hit is needed, and Supreme will end RRQ this round at number 5.
HORAA continues to dominate here, ladies and gents. Let's see if they can make it until the finish line with the crowns up in their heads. Now we can see Vampire Esports slowly getting close to where Zeta is. We got Tony K with a DBS, and a good shot coming from Yola puts him down on the ground. We got 3 more active members on the side of Vampire Esports, still trying to take out VOIN Donkey. Razak on screen, effectively shutting down Yola.
So now Nuzi fighting against Razak, and Nuzi's pretty low. Who will get the last shot? Oh, it's Nuzi with the shotgun. But that celebration is short-lived because of no fear from behind. Now it's between HORAA Esports and the final player or driver Messi Zo. Can he pull off an heroic move here? For HORAA Esports, they have the numbers against him.
HORAA. Alright, here we go. And this is such a great thing, you know. Before we enter day number 3, they are popping off. And the fans are already excited. You know, they have been waiting for them, you know, since at the beginning of the matches here. Let's see. Xiao trying to defend himself. Effective shot. Unfortunately, it was a great follow-through from HORAA Esports. Just getting to take the dinner. But you know what? Tribe Aeromacy was able to secure 11 elimination points of everyone. Like, these 2 teams just performed at the final round.
The HORAA Esports, they have been absent, but they're definitely not forgotten. Now the chicken dinner falls to the hands of HORAA Esports. 6 more games to go. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. I can see all the purple hearts coming up for HORAA Esports. HORAA Esports, keep an eye on this team for the last day. You never know what can happen. It could be HORAA Esports with a big surprise.
Oh, crazy. Oh, phenomenal performance, I could say, for the side of HORAA Esports. Oh, man, it's been a long time coming. You know, we are really waiting for them, you know, to get that consistency, to get that gameplay. They experienced a lot of early eliminations from the previous matches. And it's a great thing to see, you know. How they bounce back, how they come back stronger for the final round here and putting up a great performance, putting up a great show, you know, for the fans out there. I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to go crazy in the comment section once again with all of your purple hearts. Yes, there's still a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of effort that needs to be exerted coming from HORAA Esports. But then again, this guys, not disappointing their fans today.
Not at all. With this performance by HORAA Esports, they're just warming up to the last day. They want to do one of those dramatic entrants into the top. So HORAA Esports, this team, don't forget about them. And maybe Sky will want to take away that number 1 spot at the MVP later on. But we'll check that on later. Right now, besides HORAA Esports, Aeromacy, they have been on the rise as well. And another good performance here by Champions Esports, also a team that is slowly rising up. Vampire Esports, welcome back to the top 4. Although they didn't get as many elimination points, but at least Vampire Esports is starting to get the groove back again.
All the teams that hit rock bottom were able to do something. You know, we're able to improve their stats, we're able to improve their numbers, so I'm waiting if D-Saver is going to do something about this, being them at the bottom of the leaderboard. Are they going to show up for tomorrow's matches? Well, that is, of course, what we intend to see. But we got Sky and No Fear going head-to-head here. Same elimination points, but yeah, Sky was able to put out, you know, a slightly bigger number here when it comes to damage output. But it's a fair contribution, you know, coming from this amazing 2 amazing players from HORAA Esports, and that is the reason why they're so effective in the battlefield. It's because, you know, they're too flexible, they're too
super proactive in whatever is going on inside the battlefields, but battlefield, yeah. And MVP of the match, okay, we just have to give it to Tricks of Tribe Aeromacy.
And who needs utilities to be the MVP, right? Don't need them. As long as you're able to bring in the 5 eliminations and also 982 damage, that is how you can be the MVP. But besides Tricks, Sky, No Fear has to be here as well. 4 eliminations each. And also Zo, also 4 eliminations. So everybody from Nepal, the Nepali region, this time they dominate the top performer stats.
So technically we have 2 teams from Nepal who have been carrying the flag and waving it. Okay, we caught some chicken dinners, right? So it's going to be an exciting day 4 and last day of the grand finals because, well, just like what you mentioned a while ago, at some point it was Indonesian Day, it was, of course, Thailand Day, and then now we're looking at perhaps Nepali Day, you know, for today's set of matches just because they were able to bag 3 chicken dinners, you know, for today's set of matches. And again, looking at the match leaderboards, let's just check out the, 5 bottom teams. Celcom, Viking Savior, the Savior 10-9, and Bigetron all exited the game empty-handed.
Yeah, and a lot of big names there, including the Savior. It's not supposed to be there, but it is what it is. But because of that, then that allow other teams to rise up, including like HORAA Esports, Aeromacy, Champions Esports, and so on and so forth. Now, checking out these numbers, 60 total eliminations. That means everybody fought to the very end. Nobody gave themselves away to the blue. 162 throwables used since our median is around 200. So this is a little bit on the lower side. But okay, those are the stats. Now, here's our overall MVP. Wow, it is still Rosemary.
Yep. After the tug of war that him and Tony K have been playing all throughout the matches today, it is still Rosemary at the top when it comes to the most valuable player. 29 eliminations, 81 utilities used in the match, 7,436 damage output. This is such great stats put out by, of course, Rosemary here. And for the average survival time, it's a total of 17 minutes. And again, it's a great numbers that we can see on the screen here.
Oh yeah, that's why he's still holding on to that number 1. But how close is the number 2? Even closer now. Number 2, still Tony K. And welcome Sky at number 3. And then we have Red Bull today with 2 MVP stats to his name at number 4. And No Fear as well. So 2 representatives of HORAA Esports here up on the road to MVP. And the stats are not that far from each other. Ooh, if Rosemary don't perform again tomorrow, then there's a chance that his slot will be taken away.
Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Tony K has a total of 31 points under his belt. We got 29 for Rosemary, 28, 1 point lead for Rosemary here against Shrubs of Vampire Esports. No Fear, Sky, 27 and 26. So 2 players for Vampire, 1 for Alter Ego, and 2 for HORAA Esports.
Right, now here's the most important numbers. So Talon is still at number 1. Vampire Esports 3 points behind Talon, and then we have Alter Ego 11 points away from the top spot. So that's the podium spot. But HORAA Esports, after scoring that chicken dinner, we welcome them back to page 1. 108 points at number 6 at this moment. VOIN Donkey also went up a notch. Number 5 with 110 points. DRS, number 7, 108 points. CelcomDigi Alliance 2 points shy from the 100 point mark at number 8 at this moment. Surely they'll be able to break that number by tomorrow. So this is the top 8, of course, because it's the grand finals. We want to see who becomes the champion at the end of the day. But page 2, lots of movers here.
Exactly. Tribe Aeromacy champions, man, they did so great for today's matches. Do understand why they climbed up so many ranks here. And you know what? It was a slow burn, you know, for Tribe Aeromacy. They really exerted a lot of work, to be honest. You know, they started from the bottom at some point and then slowly worked their way up, and now they're currently at 9th place. So that is a job well done, for trying Aeromacy. And as for RQ, okay, they moved up one rank, but the stats remains the same. D-Saver at the bottom with only 67 points in the bag.
Yeah, at this point, D-Xavier might want to consider fan service for tomorrow. Speaking about tomorrow will be the last day after many days from the playoffs. Still tomorrow, the last day for this season of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. And then we will wrap everything up and crown the champion. So it's a day that you don't want to miss. We'll be back live on our broadcast tomorrow on the same time and same channel. For now, my name is Sir Clark together with Red Queen. We'll be signing off and we'll be seeing you again tomorrow for the grand finals.